the side. So this is where the speakers will be, or they will stand there. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Isaac Kosana. I work at the National Department of Human Settlements, thereby communications there. We do media relations, and my job is to introduce the MC who will be running the program for us. She is the current Vice President of SACAP, the South African Council of Architects. Previously, she was voted in as the Vice President with an uncontested vote by the board. President Ms. Letsabisa Shongwe is a distinguished professional architect and the owner of ArcLife Architects. A business that she has been in that business for 16 years, or in the field for 16 years. At SACAP, she chairs the Professional Fees Committee and is champion for governance and peace on boards. This is Ms. Shongwe. Ms. Shongwe, the young people there. Thank you, Ms. Shongwe. At the helm of SACAP, she has steered the profession in ungovernable waters and restored relations with the ministry around 2018. She holds a master's degree in architect and her project exposure in aviation, study, education, building, and residential. And her master's thesis in 2006 won her a top national awards among her peers. And she mentors aspiring architects from matric until they qualify. So we are in the midst of big people. You can even see that even in introducing her. Yeah, I'm excited. She is often invited to participate as an external examiner at universities in South Africa, and her role includes Letsabisa's roles include leading delegates to accredit the university architectural program and standards. She's big. She's big. And her leadership style is meticulous, close to law, and with ease and humor. She is often heard saying, while leading, you are a collective and you have to be able to sleep well at night. With those words, colleagues, let's welcome Madam Shongwe to take over the program and lead us for the day. Thank you very much.
Good fine morning. Good morning, you fine folk, you awesome colleagues. I never actually knew that there was an AI campus. This floor is exceptionally impressive. No, it really is. And it's very exciting to see all those young faces that are here with their black t-shirts and they're pushing the mandate of technology. As my good colleague has said, my name is Letsabisa Shongwe, and those that know me in any case, I tend to be light about things, but I'm very intentional. I wish to, in her absence, as this is also all about her, I cannot welcome our minister, but I just wish to spare a mind to her grace, Minister Thembisile Simelane of Human Settlements. Now, at the beginning of this year, when the year started, this lady was clearly very disturbed. She was not fine with the status of things. And she came to her colleagues and said, okay, my folk in the Department of Human Settlements, we have a problem. We have a problem of earth, we have a problem of wind, we have a problem of water, and we have a problem of fire. Earth, wind, water, and fire. Now, the problem of water, when the heavens open, homes wash away. When the winds come, homes wash away. When the earth shrugs, homes wash away. And also the earth issue is also about getting title deeds into people's hands in a swifter manner, as well as also just ordering human settlements. Now, she came to her colleague, Director General, Mr. Alec Muemi, and said, Mr. Muemi, I need you to put together the best of your chiefs, your specialists, and assemble a task team because things are getting out of hand. We have seen our minister, Madam Simelane, going to some of the edges in our countries where when it rains, homes get washed away. You can only just imagine what you encounter when you get there. Families missing members, children being stranded on trees because waters are so high. And here we are in Pretoria and in Johannesburg and we don't experience this. So now she said, look, we need to find a way. We need to find a way. We have all of this innovation around us. We need to tap into other things. And we need to assemble this thing, they call it AI. Whether it's a she or he, we can't touch it, but it clearly can feel us and it knows us and it responds to us. So she said we need to bring artificial intelligence in our solution making. And she said you need to assemble some of your specialists. She went and called the specialists of planning, your architects, your specialists of engineering, and today it's also about the specialists of technology. And here we are today at EPF, at this hub of technology being hosted by them. I wish to thank the CEO, Ms. Joanna Govender, for giving us this platform, but also for placing us in the bed of technology. And I just want to tell you about this exceptional woman, just a little bit. Now where we are here, this location is the Empire Partner Foundation, and it's an organization created to solve social challenges using technology while developing youth, and there are plenty of youth on this floor, entrepreneurs enabling SA youth to solve challenges. They have created 4,000 jobs, trained 12,000 youth in tech, and created over 400 micro-enterprises and township spaces. Now this organization seems to be starting to answer a lot of questions. Ms. Joanna is the CEO of this organization. She's the CEO of the Empire Partnership Foundation and the EPF Tech Fund, driving digital inclusion and social change across South Africa. Named among the top 50 Africans driving development, she empowers youth, our children. I can't say our brothers and sisters anymore. So I say our children through tech, skills, and training and startup investment and fostering entrepreneurship and stable livelihoods. A strong advocate for inclusivity and gender equality, she's a leading voice of women in STEM and a role model in African tech ecosystems. Thank you so much, ma'am, for having us. Just in stepping back to our program, I have to step in and out of here. Yes, I wish to kindly welcome my good colleague, Mr. Munabisi McLean. I asked for his bio. You know, when you introduce people, you want to shed a bit of light on him, and he is the chairperson of this whole thing. But he said to me, "Oh no, I'm just a civil servant. I don't want to have eyes cast on me, with me just doing the work that I need to do for my country." I wish to welcome you, Mr. Munabisi, with your opening remarks. Thank you, Daddy.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Very good morning to you all. Thank you so much, Program Director. Such a storyteller. She's good. She's very good. I mean, she told the story of this summit in the intentions of what we intend to achieve. So well, better than I would have told it. Hey, Doc? Yeah, thank you very much for that. CEO, hi, thank you, man. Thank you for opening your doors to us. Imagine a government that partners with such innovative, new thinking. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, friends, we are here today, and I would like to welcome you all. And I'm not sure why it's me who's welcoming people. It should have been the CEO who welcomes us here. But today is not just about talking. It's about igniting. It is not an ordinary roundtable that we are going to have or intend having. This is where courage meets creativity, and we've seen so much already of that creativity. This is where youth meets technology. This is where South Africa's future begins to take shape. We stand at a turning point in our country. The old ways of building, which are your brick, your steel, your concrete, Dr. Mirembe says these are not enough. The future of human settlements is alive with intelligence, powered by data and strengthened by community. Think about this. Think about homes that predict a flood before it actually has its first drops falling. Think about settlements that grow safer, smarter, and stronger every single day. Think about cities that do not just exist, but include, empower, and evolve. That's not a dream, young people. It's a choice. Your choice. Our choice. Today. And here's the truth. AI is not just a tool. AI is not just a tool. It is a new language of progress. And you, young IT professionals gathered here today, are its most fluent speakers. AI is not the future. You are. You are. And you, the young people, are the innovators who give AI its purpose. You are the coders, the builders, the disruptors. You are the architects of the next 50 years. So, I challenge you today. Do not just exchange ideas. Forge commitments. Do not just imagine solutions. Create them. Do not just wait for the future. Create it here, today. This pre-summit is your launch pad. It is what you decide, what you design, what you dare to commit to that will echo into the IBT Summit that will be held later this year. It will echo into government, sorry, and it will echo into every community and every household. Let us be bold, let us be visionary, let us build a South Africa where every settlement is safe, smart, and sustainable, powered by AI, shaped by youth, rooted in community. Welcome to the revolution. Welcome to the round table. Welcome to the future. Now, let us build together. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Date McLean. As you have heard there at the back, our younger youth, he has put a face to this. This is not just, this AI is not just something we can't touch. It is you. So when we are walking past you, we are walking past our tomorrow, and it's up to yourselves to take us to that future. I appreciate what he just said, that with AI being able to tell us where the rains are going to be raining, maybe the land can shape itself, the settlements can shape themselves in order to you can almost see them, in order to shield against the elements. Almost like you can actually say AI can have a bit of a Sangoma effect. Yes, let's just bring it home for those who don't get it. It took me a long time to also get it. Somebody's going to go and prophesy for you to say that this is coming and you need to shape yourself in a certain kind of way. I wish to request that Ms. Govender comes through and to come and give us a word. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IBT Tech Hub Sandton. I see some celebrities in the house as well. Welcome. So firstly, just a little about the organization. Before I start, I'd like to thank the AI Campus, Samarasha Mshlanga, the CEO, and his incredible team for setting this up and giving us their space. These were all desks. And we got in early this morning, so thank you very much to the team. A little about the organization and the ecosystem that we've developed. We started in 2016, and the mission was to solve social challenges using technology while developing the youth and entrepreneurs. And we've chosen 10 social challenges that our people in our country face. And you're looking at water, electricity, unemployment, transport, healthcare, and housing is also one of them, where we have created solutions in the last 9 years for these specific sectors in order to uplift. Our organization or ecosystem has 3 entities. We've got the Empire Partner Foundation, and Empire Partner Foundation's role is youth development, entrepreneurship development, technology development. And we've got 4 products. We're a sustainable NPO, and we don't rely on donor funding. We've got 4 products that we take to market. One is Solve for X, where we host hackathons, we host competitions, and we come together with industry, business, academia, government, civil society to co-create projects to solve social challenges in South Africa. Then we've got the AI Campus, which is purely software development. They develop software for the group, for business again, academia, civil society, and government as well. They've got some nice projects that they're running currently, creating real good impact in the country with South African local government, with Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities as well. And then we have the EPF Tech Fund. The EPF Tech Fund is a venture capital company and a venture builder. And it's not just the funding we provide to our tech startups. There's 17 in the portfolio to date. Core focus area is AI, IoT, and FinTech. And we provide training, we provide mentorship and guidance to these startups. We look at, and it's a very different way in terms of which we do things. We look at your business model, your marketing strategies, your financial models, technology roadmaps, and we bridge these gaps for these startup companies using physical resources and people. And so far, so we've been so successful with this venture funding. Department of Science and Innovation has appointed us to become the venture builder partner, and we've taken on 20 tech startup companies that we're doing the very same for. So, you know, it's not just those three things that we do. There's a lot of programs that we run in South Africa. One is coding for girls in schools, and we provide that. So for me, that's very close to my heart because it's the public schools and it's the rural schools that we focus on. And, you know, you've got every single government department preaching 4IR and talking about technology and digital inclusion, yet the kids in these schools don't have CAT in the curriculum. There's no computer science. And that's the reason for us going into these schools. Then we've got a township distribution model where we go into the township space and develop entrepreneurs. This is micro enterprises, providing them with equipment, with training. And before I close, two of our companies inside the Tech Fund portfolio, SmartView and VisionSoft, they are IoT companies focusing on water and infrastructure solutions using AI and IoT as well. So that contributes very much to the Department of Human Settlements and the solutions required to uplift. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to EPF and enjoy your day with us.
Thank you for that, Joanna. Thank you for letting us know who you actually are and your organization and what you're busy with. So would you say this is like some kind of Silicon Valley, Silicon floor? Silicon Santon, yes. Yes, we dropped the valley, Philonda Valley, with Santon, yes. Thank you. No, that's good. No, I appreciate the passion that you have for this. I saw you speaking about this and I realized that you are very passionate. Colleagues, today we're also having a master class. You know, when I leave here, I also want to be exceptionally learned about AI and technology and innovation. But I wish to get on with our program. Today, we also have some of my colleagues who are in the architectural space. I think we all think we are rock stars. But I just want to introduce our own rock star, Dr. Sichaba Maape. He's an architect and director of Architecture, as well as a senior lecturer at Wits University, where he convenes the Masters in Urban Design, specializing in sustainable energy efficient cities, and he supervises the Masters and the PhDs. PhD is a doctorate. Yes, it's the qualification after the Masters. Originating from the Northern Cape, his PhD research investigated early humans from their home regions and the adaptive practices they developed to build resilience in the face of contingent environments. So this is now where Mr. McLean was talking about how communities would adapt the environment, would adapt their surroundings in order to answer to the environments. He has also since built his research combining local relevance, climate adaptation, spatial practice with digital technology. Sichaba has made generative AI central to both his teaching and professional practice, positioning it as a game changer for African developments. Since the emergence of generative AI, he has been investigating its value for African architecture and the continent's future development, both with pragmatic, meaning practical, and cultural perspectives, ensuring it delivers meaningful, sustainable, and context-driven solutions for the continent's future. I wish to welcome my good colleague here, Dr. Sichaba Maape, who's going to tell us about buildings and environments and technology and AI. The doctors these days, they look like rock stars.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for the presentation today. I gave them my presentation. Okay, well, while they set up, I just want to say that this is an incredible initiative. I had no idea you guys are doing this here. We at VETS are very behind. There's not that many institutions. I mean, they're saying that UCT has now accepted and adopted AI. But in reality, accepting and adopting it doesn't mean that they've been implementing it. I was just there 2 weeks ago for a one-week residency where I was telling them how they should probably think about using it in architecture, in the architecture department. So I think whatever initiative you guys have gotten started here is very cutting edge. And I want to congratulate you guys for that. And I think also my approach, as you heard in the introduction, is that if AI is not being used to solve our problems in Africa, then it's useless. You know, what's the point? And my whole approach is testing that. So for the past 3 years, I've spent time, you know, people are saying that the data for the AI, especially these tools from Silicon Valley, aren't working for our context. You know, people say that it's trained on data that's from America and everywhere else, and it doesn't work here in Africa. And we should develop our own models, which in principle is right. I think we should develop our own models. But then at the same time, I also don't think we should be left behind, because there are useful models that you can use that come from overseas. And so my job for the past 3 years has been testing whether these people's models can add value for us, especially in my field of architecture. And I gave it the biggest test of them all, because my research has been a lot on indigenous knowledge systems and how you can implement indigenous knowledge systems, design thinking, I call it indigenous design thinking, in solving contemporary problems today. So that's a very difficult problem to give to AI, to see whether it can achieve something like indigenous design thinking, because it was trained on, you know, data sets that come from elsewhere. And you'll see from the projects that I've done that I do think that it can work, but it requires our, you know, young colleagues to be trained to think in a particular way when they interact with AI. It's not going to do the work for us. We actually have to build the people who are prompting the AIs. We have to give them the adequate skills. Yeah, and as soon as the presentation starts, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Where are the celebrities they were talking about?
They're at the back there.
No, not me.
Yourself and one of them at the back there. You can see they're dressed in black.
Okay. Wow, it's great that there's celebrities here.
Do you want to sing for us,
I don't know about that. I've got many talents, but that's definitely not one of them. For the live streaming?
Yes. It's just when you're done with the presentation, you'll see the camera. So I'll just go to it.
45 minutes, so you can go longer because our queue is not here. Yes. So you can.
Sorry, I'm an architect, so everything has to be perfect. You can see, all right, you can advance to the next slide, please. Okay, so for quite some time, what I've been advocating in my field of architecture is that we tend to adopt tools to solve our problems, including digital tools and those sort of things, in such a way that we think that these tools are simply going to solve our problems by just bringing them from wherever they come from, bringing them into our context, without really thinking about where they were made, the intentions of the makers of these tools. So for instance, like AI, in my field, we had for a very long time parametrics, which was, my architectural colleagues will know the softwares that I'm talking about. But people would bring these tools into the African context and assume that they would work exactly the same way here as they would work in other places. And I am arguing that we have limited our way of thinking, our local way of thinking, because we are very intelligent here on the African continent. I don't need to tell you that, right? We've limited that and we've trusted foreign tools in an uncritical way. And so that's what motivated me to do this research. Next slide, please. So, for example, take our response to the role of the built environment in climate change as an example. You know, how have people responded to the issues of climate change, especially using technology and that sort of thing? Next slide, please. I don't know if you guys know, but in our field in architecture, we know that, for instance, the human settlements or built environment accounts for about 40% of global energy-related CO2 emissions. So our field contributes hugely to carbon dioxide, okay, which, as all of you know, is part of the issues with climate change. 28% of that is operational and 11% of that is embodied energy. And this, of course, is contributing to many issues that you've just alluded to, like flooding and all of those things. And a large part of this is because of the demands of urbanization. Our cities are growing exponentially and they're going to continue to grow, okay? We need to solve that. So what have people thought of to solve this massive crisis? Next slide, please. What can be done? You know, there are many smart people who've given us many smart ideas. But my problem is that many of these smart ideas are disproportionately coming from the so-called global north, and we are just swallowing these things uncritically, not thinking about, well, why? Why must we take that idea? Is that really going to solve our problems in the way in which we need our problems to be solved? So, for example, in the sustainability space, they say we need to go green. Go green, right? It's this big idea. Think about it, it's a strategy. You know, if you work for McKinsey or you work for PricewaterhouseCoopers or whatever, people talk about strategies. And so this is a strategy. But do we think about it as a strategy or do we adopt it religiously? When you think go green, have you ever thought to yourself, could there be another solution? Is the go green thing a universal principle that is all, for all time and all place applicable? What is this go green thing if you look at it purely as a set of strategies that we could have chosen from? I don't know if you see what I'm saying. So rather than thinking of it as something that was in Luke chapter what in the Bible, we should see it as what it really is. It's just a strategy. Okay, go green. Even the term sustainability is a strategy. It's just one of possibly many strategies. So have we swallowed it completely without even thinking about that? All right. So I like showing this to my students. I call them clever ideas. And there are many, many clever ideas. You know, people talk about low carbon materials, local sourcing, efficient transport, recycled what, LED and sensors, passive strategies, energy efficient rating devices, etc., etc. There are so many wonderful, clever ideas. And you know what we do? We'll say, oh, there's policy, let's adopt X ideas in our policy. Let's adopt these ideas in our policy. Just think about that. When maybe a government department is having some sort of strategic discussion or debate, and they're trying to think about ways in which we're going to solve problems. Are they going to sit and actually create solutions, or are they going to sit and look for a licorice all sorts bag and pick out these solutions that someone somewhere, we don't know who it was, someone somewhere came up with these solutions, and then we pick from these solutions and we say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to do it. I mean, a nice example that I'll show you now is BRT, right? BRT is a solution. Okay, next slide, please. Hello, next slide. So my question is it really that easy? Is it really that easy? What happens when the underlying assumptions are incongruent? In other words, they don't match with the situation in South Africa and other contexts. And what are the underlying assumptions? What if the underlying assumptions that are made in those solutions, so some of the underlying assumptions might be the place where that solution was created, there's certain contextual, maybe even policy, maybe even political, maybe even technological preconditions that allowed that solution to actually make sense in that particular context. Are those preconditions the same here? Is the question, right? Are those preconditions the same here? Next slide, please. So, in, for instance, energy efficiency in buildings, there's a particular model that they use. They say we need to do a baseline assessment. Baseline assessment is we need to assess what the baseline condition in terms of how a building is using energy, what is going on. You know, we need to get data in terms of the metering. Metering is, you know, your electricity meter. What's going on? How much electricity is the building using? How much electricity is being wasted? How much? So they need data. They need pre-existing data, baseline data. Why? Because once they've gotten that data, it's like a doctor. A doctor is going to come and do, they're going to diagnose you, right? They're going to see what's going on with you. Once they've come up with that, then they do an intervention. And this intervention, typically, how does it look? Oh, let's put solar panels. Or, oh, let's, you know, do insulation. Or, oh, let's do this, let's do that. From that, those clever ideas that I showed you. And then after that, it's post-intervention performance and monitoring and ongoing calibration. So you basically say, okay, now we've done the intervention, we need to monitor. Just like once your doctor gives you medication, then they have to monitor your health post, you know, them giving you that medication. So that's the model. That's basically how people approach this thing of dealing with energy efficiency. But we discovered something through our research. Number one, not all buildings are green ready. Why? Because in order for you to actually have that baseline, you need that data to be there. Ask Department of Public Works and Infrastructure about their buildings if they have all the data in terms of the electricity usage of their buildings. You can go ask them today. Okay, and you'll see what the answer is going to be. Public sector buildings have serious structural issues, particularly with compliance, maintenance, data and governance, e.g. IREREP tender. This tender came out last year was it last year or this year? Last year. The idea behind that tender, very smart guy who actually got this idea from us at WITS, but you know when you take something half, the whole thing, winker half, and then you implement half.
Theft.
It wasn't theft. They asked us, it was actually at first the Department of Energy who asked us to draft this strategy.
Okay.
But when they implemented, they didn't quite read properly. You see, there was issues. So that tender, one of the things that we knew they were going to face, because the tender was, we want to convert all the buildings in government into green buildings. Massive ambition, right? But they saw opportunities, job opportunities, there's lots of things. But they didn't realize that in order to do a baseline, you need that data. And we don't have that in Zanzibar. Our buildings, I mean, just think about typical buildings downtown. The portfolio of City of Joburg's buildings in downtown. Ask yourself, do they even know what's going on in those buildings? I'm not even talking about Mutakas. I'm talking about just the walls inside those buildings. Do they have an asset register of every single thing that's going on in every single building? And then you want to come and implement fancy digital what-whats, but you don't even know what's going on in terms of just the walls, right? Okay, but it's not just government. Private sector is not immune. Even when buildings have incorporated green strategies, there is no guarantee that the strategy will make savings and that owners and tenants will automatically see benefits. Why? Because we've even seen a building like this, for instance, if it's got IoT and sensors and whatever, it's not guaranteed that you're going to actually make any savings, because sometimes people don't even use the thing fully. Take your phone, for example. How much capacity of your phone do you use, or your laptop? Do you use 40%, 30%, 20%? How much?
Enough for WhatsApp.
Enough for WhatsApp, right? And so there's obviously a behavioral thing, a human behavioral thing that's connected to technology. It's not, and of course, you know, we can talk about automation and all of those things. But typically, when people start to implement some of these things, there are human behavioral and cultural issues that one needs to consider. So interventions that are based on the linear model keep coming up against challenges. These tell us that the thinking might be the problem. Even energy performance certificates, the guy who's implementing energy performance certificates at government called me and he's like, it's Chan, we don't know what to do because this thing, it's one of this iron red thing. It's also looking for data as a precondition. I'm like, why do you even implement that thing in the first place? Because who told you that's the solution? Do you see where I'm going?
Yes.
Why are we implementing things that are coming from somewhere without thinking them through? Why do we choose from almost like it's you know, of solutions that come from somewhere else? And for me, that's not the right type of thinking. Next slide, please. So we need a different approach. And some ideas people have had in the past. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this was a professor at WITS who came up with this idea, and he said, the Wright brothers, in 1903, came up with the aeroplane. By 2020, 117 years later, AI and algorithms we trust. In other words, from here to here, where they're using algorithms to manage aeroplanes, it took 117 years. So this professor was saying, in terms of the city of Mombasa, for instance, which started in 1900 CE, 1,120 years later, which is where Mombasa is, they are still not using algorithms and whatever to run the city. So he's basically saying what happened? Why in the human settlements we haven't caught up with the fact that in aviation, they're using AI to run those aeroplanes and do all of that. But in human settlements, we're not. And think about the complexity of a city compared to the complexity of flying an aeroplane. He's saying, why did we not implement that? What is going on? Why? He says that our cities are flying blind. That's his metaphor. Okay, thank you. It's fine. Saying our cities are flying blind. So this is a model that he came up with. He's saying that ultimately we need he calls this the bare brain. You know, our brain without having the prosthesis, you could call it, of AI in order to augment or build on the capacity to be able to monitor and to be able to model the behavior of a city. That was his solution, and he was saying we need AI algorithms in support of IoT, automation, everything that we're talking about in this field of AI. Next slide, please. But what if there's no data? Reminder, we are in Mzansi, Africa. What if there's no data, guys? You know, yes, you're saying we must have smart cities. But there are certain things that all those solutions of his were also part of that package of smart solutions, you know. So does it mean that we need to basically first go and fix all our buildings so that they can actually produce visible data? And then once we've done all of that, then we can start implementing AI and all of these things. When are we going to finish? By the time we've done that project of fixing all of our infrastructure and then only having, you know, data and then implement, we'll all be dead by then. So is that really the solution for us? Maybe in Copenhagen, where they've got, you know, everything is just very nice. They didn't have an apartheid government that threw away data. You know, they've got everything just clear. Maybe there it will work perfectly, but maybe in our context we need different kinds of thinking. I mean, for example, this thing is in my way. This was at my university yesterday, COVID. You see this boom gate here is up. People are coming in there. And there's this thing here. Why? Because the gate's not working. Why? Because they've got some digital system that operates this thing. And this is like constantly happening. The gates are not working. They've got a very smart system, but we are still having these people bring us in manually. Why? What's going on? You know, you've spent how much money, that capex, on introducing these smart systems. And then, here on the other hand is this very famous project from Jaime Lerner in Curitiba, which was copy-pasted literally from Brazil and brought into Josie Majosi. And you know the state of this project. Some work, but some are in trouble, right? And I mean, that's what I'm saying, that this is a strategy. That strategy was brought in because it worked so well in Curitiba. Number one, the guy who invented it in Curitiba was an architect, and he was the mayor. Two very powerful things. He was an architect and the mayor. That's why it worked. He had political will, he could drive the thing, and he had the technical knowledge, right? He could leave it there as a legacy. In our case, Renaliti Taxi, we've got the guys who are pushing those recycling things, all of that. And of course, we've got robots that are out and all kinds of other things. So in other words, you need pre-existing conditions to be a particular way so that the technology or the strategy works. Right? Next slide, please. Now, I want to give you a little bit of theory from my research. She said to you guys that my research was about how people survived climate change in the past. It's very simple. Basically what I found from my research, because we looked at archaeology, and at some point we realized that there was lots of there were lots of ritual artifacts in these archaeological layers. And when I investigated, but what do these rituals do? Why are people doing these things in times where resources are scarce? Why are they using their energy for rituals in times like that? It turns out when you use neuroscience as a theoretical framework to analyze what these people are doing, these rituals are actually a way of unconditioning your brain. So if you are brainwashed, or if you're conditioned to do things in a particular way now, right, and the environment changes, you need something that's going to help your brain uncondition itself from the previous paradigm so that you can adapt into the new condition. That was the big finding. And these are our people here in Africa, by the way. You need to undo. So all these things, these activities they do, when you read it through neuroscience, they are actually mobilizing certain chemicals into the brain to undo the brainwashing or undo the conditioning from a past paradigm so that you can adopt new ways of doing things. Whole new ways of seeing the world. That's what we need. We need to undo our conditioning, unbrainwash ourselves. What did Bob Marley say?
Emancipate yourself.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Exactly. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Because the solution is not just in what someone else did somewhere. We need to adapt to our specific context. So when we're coming up with technologies, those technologies need to be bespokely designed and created for our particular context. Next slide. So that's the approach that I've taken. Myself and students at WITS, master students, PhDs, is we're doing what I call design thinking, rooted in context or indigenous design thinking. Okay, it's my offering to the world that we need to find our own ways of thinking. And you know, people always, when they talk about me and they talk about indigenous knowledge, they think that I want to come and beat bongo drums and light pepper and whatever. No, it just means our own way of thinking. African intelligence, not artificial intelligence. African intelligence, that's actually what I'm advocating for. Next slide, please. And so, like I said, what I've now done recently is say, what if we leverage this tool, this new AI thing, but we don't just take it in Jeffela. We don't just swallow it like we've swallowed all these other things that come from somewhere. And mind you, the people who are selling us solutions are actually selling us stuff. They are selling us stuff. It's actually a capitalist-driven thing, you know. When you have, I mean, why is GIZ and the French Development Agency, why are they here? They're selling us all kinds of things, you know. They're preparing our country for trade with their business people.
Sure.
That's what they're here to do. And then they say they're selling us solutions. But they're actually just adapting our context so that there's ease of business for them and the things that they're going to dump here, the solar panel, what. They're going to dump all this stuff here, and no one is going to think about whether these things actually work in our context or not.
Sure.
Okay, next. So my approach, we are already using a design thinking method in my courses with my students. But we want to see where can we bring AI into this existing process. So terrain mapping, context, data, landscape. That's basically, we need to know what's going on the ground. That's step number one. Step number two, conceptualization and design thinking. So in other words, once we know what's going on the ground, we're going to actually conceptualize a solution. We're not going to choose from pre-existing things. We might bring something that's pre-existing, but we're going to jigga it a little bit. We're not going to just take it as it is, right? Then strategy development, method, plan, logic. So that concept now we want to operationalize. Then scenario testing, prototyping. Basically what we learned in design school, right, as architects. Same process. So solving problems through a design thinking process. Next slide, please. So how do we leverage AI to create unique, context-specific solutions? Next slide. AI can help us see new possibilities. That's a big claim, but this is a finding that's coming from my research, that it can help us see. You know, when you say see, you're saying that AI can actually help you pivot your perception, pivot your way of understanding the world. Because I like saying this to my students, that what if the solution to all of human problems was just 1 degree to the right from the way we're seeing the world today? Not 1,000 degrees, just 1 degree. If we could just see things like that, we'd suddenly solve everything. Right? Because think about, before we had an answer to, let's say, what disease? Any disease. Before we had an answer, we didn't know what the answer was. And then someone just pivoted to the right degree and found the answer. Not 20, not 50, but just 1 and found the answer. That's what I think AI can help us with, because it can expedite the process of that search. It's like a compass, right? It can expedite that process, and that's what I'm seeing. Next slide, please. So, this is a project that I did in my hometown of Kuruman. I'm from Kuruman. I'm a class happy. It's already placing. Yeah? Yeah, get Okada. When I get this, so it was yeah. I'm from Kuruman, and so there was a client who is a friend of mine who wanted to do something for the community, and she said, I don't have money. I took out some pension money. She worked here in Joburg for tourism, and she said, I want to build something in memory of my late mother, Kohai, but I don't have money, so can you assist me? I was like, okay, I'm going to try and exercise this thing that I'm talking about, and let's see what we can do with very little, right? So this building, for instance, a lot of the stuff that we used there was stuff that we found. There's a big French company that brought solar panels from overseas, and they had pallets, and we said, let's see if we can build with the pallets. Here, because Kuruman, there's lots of mining, and they've got lots of 4x4s. And we said, okay, these tires, instead of them just throwing them away or panning them, let's see how we can incorporate them into the building, right? So this is typical stuff. My colleagues would know that architects think like this already. Now, what if we could accelerate this type of thinking? What if we could take this type of thinking and inject it with a tool that can make you think about 100 more of these, 1,000 more, at a much quicker rate than what you are capable of as a human being. And so that's what I've been testing with the AI. Next slide, please. So for example, these are now AI images. And what I did is I gave the AI my design ideas. And I said, I want you to think of more similar things. And it thought of thousands, not just 1 or 2, thousands in such a quick time, right? And so let me show you something that is a finding from this research. So for instance, it saw that I used certain kinds of materials for shading for roof, right? And we do that all the time.
Right.
These sticks, you use them for shading. Here, it used them as screens and as balustrades. Screens and balustrades. So in other words, here you can see balconies and screens and balustrades. To me, what that said was that the AI has the capacity to understand the principle, but move it to a different context. And now, if you take that as an idea and you say, okay, so now I thought about using it on the roof. It's saying, no, but you can use it as a screen, you can use it as a balustrade, you can use it as this, you can think about how that could take what we're already doing, because I'm not asking it to do something that is outside of our scope, because isn't it I built that building,
Right.
so we know how to build it. But it's like saying, those ideas that I had, I want many, many, many more. And I want you you to explore many different ways in which we can use the same material, same budget, same everything in different ways.
Nice.
You see what I'm saying? And it succeeded at doing that. I'm showing you 2 images, but it produced thousands. Right, next slide please. Now let's think about public infrastructure in the same way. Next slide. Next slide. This is a project that is in Alex now, Okasi. Basically what the government, I don't know if it's the city of Joburg or who did this, they implemented these solar panels in the community. And you know, some of them are in public spaces, some of them are behind a wall. You can see this gentleman here has adapted to this condition. He's done something that is very interesting. Because I don't know whether the people who built these solar panels were saying, under the solar panels there's going to be activity. But it lends itself to that. It's saying, I want something to happen underneath me. Next slide, please. And so I took the AI and I said, what could happen underneath here? Let's test ideas of what could happen underneath here. Again, these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 could have been produced in like less than a minute. But you can think of many others, hundreds, thousands of others. So again, I'm taking something that's already existing. I'm not doing something that's like so far outside of the scope of what we do. Taking something that's existing and then coming up with ideas that are going to give value to that man. So suddenly now maybe there can be a toilet, maybe there can be space for storage so that he can sell, he can elevate his entrepreneurial venture. What if he could actually light the lights in there so that he can sell at night? Because what if you could put one of these storage units can have the batteries in there, you know, and so on and so on. And the ideas just keep coming because we are seeing the possibilities. Next slide, please. And here, these are just further images of what these things could be. So what if we had these little hubs? You know, I'm deliberately using these materials because these are low-cost materials. If they are underneath this thing, they don't need to be as robust. The only thing that needs to be robust is that for flooding and whatever. But these don't need to be very robust because they're temporary or they're outdoor, they're public. You know, if people vandalize them or whatever, we can build them again. They're just made out of earth. But this protects them because it's a kind of a roof. But then at the same time, it provides energy. But then at the same time, if you put Wi-Fi there, it could provide Wi-Fi. Next slide. And now maybe what if this is like these public spaces, hubs, where people can sell things, where people can exchange, where people can meet, where you can come with your laptop, do your homework, etc., etc. So we've moved from an idea that was just a roof and accelerated the possibilities in a very, very rapid process, very, very quickly, right? Housing. Same principle. Let's go to the next slide. So this is where I grew up. Grew up Kulikation. I don't know what you guys call it. Right? Kulikation. Kasi. 4-room ya Mangope and all those guys. We were talking about Mangope just now. The person who designed this was the head of school at my school at Wits during apartheid. So what is that saying? Someone designed this building. Someone designed it. It didn't just appear. Someone sat down, and the way I'm talking like this, they were in a room, they took out a pencil barrel. What building are we going to build for these blacks? What housing are we going to build for them? Toilet? No, let it be outside. Yeah, because Rona toilet was outside. I watched Moscow Prolong for most of my childhood. Isn't it?
Yes.
So this is what they built. And for them it was innovation. It was innovative in the sense that they call it minimum requirements. What are the minimum requirements for these Bantus?
Norms and standards.
Norms and standards, minimum requirements. What are the minimum requirements for these Bantus? And so they put us in this thing, in a kitcheniana, in a asbestos roof, and asbestos walls, and whatever. So I'm sure in terms of the capex, it was down, right? And so I asked myself, okay, Lona apartheid architects, if we did stuff slightly differently, could we have increased the value and even just the appeal? You know, because you know how these things are, kitty boxy, and they're all in these rows, like a mining compound, right? Hostel, basically. They call them labor reserve camps. So my question was, could we just alter it slightly just to make it more of a home? Next slide. So this, for example, how much more money has been spent in achieving this? I get that this one could be, neighbor or my cousin, my aunt's house, my house. All I shifted was just the layout. I didn't change materials, nothing. These things, very inexpensive. You can build them come soil. Basically what it's showing you is that these people, when they built these houses for us, it wasn't about the fact that they don't have the capacity in terms of money, in terms of resources. It was just that they didn't want. They don't want to give you houses of dignity, because you are supposed to be an object of labor, mining and whatever the case may be. Next slide. Here's another image showing them, even if they were in a row like that, just by putting this thing, people can sit outside, people can interact. There's a central space, it feels like a quarter. Suddenly it has a sense of place. Yes. Simple intervention. Next slide. Now if you add a little bit of color, you change the materials, make them more natural materials. Why can't our townships have looked like this? Why did they have to build those townships the way they looked? Next slide. Simple things. Entrance, these very inexpensive materials. The floor doesn't have to be something that's out of this world. It could be just stone like that. You know, little bit of drainage. Next slide. Imagine now if we take that to the furthest, what it could have been like. So ultimately what I'm saying is, here with the AI, what the thought exercise was there was to say, taking this resource that we have, or this thing that we have, Budi RTP, for instance, when they talk about minimum standards, they talk about how much it costs per unit, etc., etc. But all I did was just change the layout slightly. Yeah. Change the material slightly. Okay? That's it. It doesn't have to be something that is so, I don't know from where, from China or Japan or from America. You know, it can be our ideas, just a slight alteration, and that's what the potential of AI is. Next slide, please. Materials, right? I think that the reason why we continue to use the materials we use in the built environment is that there's a cabal. And it's just my own conspiracy theory. That there are guys out there who want to sell bricks, they want to sell steel, they want to sell what. So when we talk about materials, those are the go-to materials, because they know each other and whatever, right? Next slide. So we did a very simple exercise where we said, let's look at the materials that we have now that we can use. So these materials were available, cost us nothing. Available, cost us nothing. But usually when people use these so-called recycled materials, they, you know, they are limited in the way in which they think about them. And then on the other hand, they want to process these materials in such a way that the initial cost savings is lost, because now you have to go through a large amount of processing in order to achieve a certain outcome. Next slide. So we did this exercise where we set up the materials and we fed that into AI. Next slide. And we started to think, okay, what could it look like? What could it be? So this was a project with first-year students, by the way. Next slide. This was on this, we took pictures of the site and we brought those materials back just to see what could happen. And it started to generate some ideas that we thought were very interesting. Next. So from that picture we thought, what if instead of us processing these materials, cutting them and whatever, we could just bunch them together, you know. So it's basically saying reducing the amount of processing by just taking whatever you've got and you just tie it together, like a bunch of flowers, right? So that was what this idea, which came from that previous image from the AI, right? Next. And then we started to process it more. The AI gave us this idea, oh, what if we could just take logs and create a bench, but minimum processing, minimum, because we want it to be for low-skilled laborers, and we want it to be expedient in terms of time. All the things that people come up with as excuses for choosing certain materials over others. Next slide. And so then we tested these ideas with the students, and they started to make these things. Next slide. And eventually they built this, all from materials that were just thrown away. The time and the speed that they did it was faster than because of the way in which we use the AI to, next slide, solve the problems. You know, that little detail that came from the AI in terms of the logs on the, we implemented all of that. Next slide. And we created this whole space. So, you know, we're using high-tech AI to create very low-tech, cheap solutions. Not using AI to create Dubai when we don't have money for Dubai. We don't have money for Dubai. We don't have the expertise. Hopefully one day we will with young people who are working in spaces like this. But for now, we need to come up with solutions that are relevant for us, right? Next slide. And then finally, capacity building and training, which means these guys here are my competition, AI campus.
Future partner.
Or future partners. Because my approach is really what I've been saying, that I want to use design thinking plus AI. Design thinking is saying, how can we come up with a unique solution? And I'm not talking about a unique solution for implementing AI in your organization. I'm talking about a unique solution for solving your problem, right? Not just, you know, we want to, you know, I mean, there are many ways of using it, and all of them are great for whatever your company or your organization needs. But for me right now, what I've been doing is I've been working with different people, government, I've been working with education. We've just got one of our curriculums for an independent architectural institution approved. I'm not supposed to say that, but anyway. Because, you know, these processes are very secret. Exactly. But you don't know who told me, so it's fine. And that particular program was heavily AI driven, but not AI as a tool for, you know, just task orientated. It's not just about task orientated, because I honestly think that AI can be a strategic partner for whatever you're trying to do, whether you're a department or whoever. And I think it's a slightly different approach. And maybe we can talk about that approach, you know, with these people that I've only met today. Next slide, please. So this is a course that we are doing with the students. This lecture is actually based on the lectures that we're doing with students. These are very intelligent master students. Some of them are quantity surveyors, some of them are architects, some of them are planners, all different people. And the particular project that we are solving in this particular course is Charlotte Matrek. Charlotte Matrek Academic Hospital. The question we're asking is, how can we make it save energy? Right. Without having data as a prerequisite for saving energy for that hospital. Because we went there, they don't have data. They don't know what's going on with all the different facilities. They've got 3 modes of energy: gas, from Igoli. They've got petrol, diesel for the generators, and they've obviously got ESCOM. They are not coordinating all of these things. They're not measuring what's going on. They don't have a clue. They don't even know what earth the hospital is on. There's confusion about which earth. I'm not seeing this as me speaking badly about them.
Yeah.
I'm saying that these are our challenges in South Africa. People who are coming up with technologies from Copenhagen and from San Diego don't have similar challenges. Maybe there are places where they do, but sometimes when those technologies are designed, they're coming from places where they don't have those challenges.
Right.
Now we've got those challenges. And so the task for these very bright-minded students is, here's AI, here's the hospital, go and solve the problem.
Oh, wow.
That's it. Go solve the problem. Don't come and tell me, no, there's no data, we can't do evaluation or baseline analysis. But I don't want to hear that. We've heard that many times. Come up with a solution now that we can implement tomorrow. Not something that's going to require 2 million rand. First we have to do this and what. Something that we can do tomorrow. And the AI does have the capacity to help us get there. Through those things that I showed you, remember I said it expedites those testing scenarios, testing ideas so quickly. I believe the AI has the capacity to get us there very quickly. So this is the course that I teach, energy efficiency and renewable energy for buildings. And then the project that I gave them, like I said, it's smart ready, question mark. Designing for legibility, Charlotte McGregor Hospital, and the brief is for them to solve the problem. And I believe they're going to solve the problem. I think they're going to solve the problem. Already, what I've seen these students producing, because I give them what I call AI literacy, I'm not sure what you guys call it, some people call it AI fluency. I give them a whole workshop, but the workshop is less about using the software in terms of things. Listen, can go back. In fact, maybe it's good that I didn't put it there. I was going to show you a slide of what I call a prompting guideline. It's good I didn't put it there. But Abu, we'll talk. No, that's IT now. That prompting guideline.
We wanted to take short.
Yeah, exactly. Is what I give them. So I'll tell you something that's quite radical that we're doing. Number one, I don't teach anymore. I don't teach. Because I give you the prompting guideline. This week the theme is, let's say it's data. You go and use that prompting guideline with whatever AI software you choose. The guideline will tell you how to think about whatever it's giving you, how to verify, how to, all the steps. Because in fact, there's so much that this thing has that in a lecture of 45 minutes, I'm never going to cover all of that stuff. So instead of talking about rote memorization in a lecture, what we're now doing is developing your thinking. Developing your thinking, which is actually what we're supposed to be doing. We're not supposed to be giving people textbooks, photocopies. We are done with that. So now you have this tutor, which is there and can take time. When you say, Ish, but I don't quite understand feed-in tariffs. Explain feed-in tariffs a little bit more for me. It will have the patience. In class, there's no time. We're moving at a pace that we don't have time to repeat things and go back. That is a game changer. That in itself is a game changer. And so, in conclusion, For me, I'm hoping that we can partner with other people. I told Jennifer yesterday that I want to partner with Department of Human Settlements. I want to partner with everyone because I want to show people this way of thinking.
Right.
Not here's AI, go ahead and put it in your systems. I want to show people this way of thinking. Because you know, the wonderful thing about how they name this thing, large language models. Language is about meaning. Meaning is the way in which you perceive the world. It's the lens by which you see reality. And if you work on that part, the way in which you see reality, the lens by which you make sense of the world, you construct meaning, the intelligence in you, you are now going to leverage that tool in such a way that it will be far more powerful than when you are expecting that tool to do the job on your behalf. Okay, so I hope if anything that you take from my talk today is that AI is a powerful tool, and it's only going to be more powerful if we operationalize it using our own local way of thinking. Thank you.
Wow.
Are there any questions? Is there time for questions?
Any questions or comment?
Questions, comments? Nothing?
Sir, anything?
There's a hand up there at the back. Yes, you can go ahead.
Just stand up. Yeah. Just such a short mind that if I stand up, I feel much better. Thank you so much, Professor Chava. I mean, just listening to you wasn't only inspiring, but enlightening, what you're about to share on AI. I would like to say something closer to your home, in Motivista. Recently, I was there to promote AI. You know, I wrote a book on AI, called AI Thinking. And then it was an outreach program. And I went to school, high school, primary school. And everyone was so respectful listening to me. And they all pulled it back. I spoke about AI, and it was all foreign to them. They just do something, also kids do something especially from the consumer AI. But in terms of AI for work, it was completely unconnected because, first of all, they don't even have internet access. And there's no computer available within the school. 5 years ago, I worked with the program of basic education, coding and robotics for schools. And it was adopted by Parliament in 2021. And 2022 is supposed to roll out. Now it's 2025, the rollout still has to happen. But the things we worked on that time are out of sync. Because now we have AI having replaced digital tech as being traditional. And then when we were at the school, it was so underwhelming and also an opportunity to see the gaps that exist in our country. We spoke about AI for Africa. The problem we have with all these foundational models is that they've been developed and trained on data of contexts that are foreign to us. This data is about aspirations, tastes, and beliefs in their societies, such as to populate the moon, or travel around in a driverless car, autonomous vehicle. Just imagine being in such a vehicle, and the stop sign is missing, the robot is not working. I mean, the right about to be to it, because you connect to something, or pedestrian, whatsoever. So we need to work. I spoke about partnerships on an AI ecosystem that actually works for us, that responds to our unique challenges. I mean, we know that we want better food, better health, better educational outcomes. And then I'm a researcher in the space and an implementer. My company does AI transformation. I'm just down the street. It took me 5 minutes to get up to here, and I was so impressed when I saw young people all around me. When they disappeared, wearing the black t-shirts. That and gentleman earlier spoke about them being the future because AI is where the whole world is going. It's true where the whole world is going. But we need to be careful. Whose agenda are we funding? Exactly. Yeah, and what is this AI for? And what's the potential impact on economic displacement? Because AI proposition is such high level that it supports more knowledge workers, and when it goes to the physical space where most work are employed, in areas such as agriculture, construction or mining whatsoever, AI is proposing robots. I've worked with mining companies in New York District, in the Kuruman area, who have automated their operations, leading to hundreds of jobs being shared, and then people can't fit in. Even when you retrain them for other spheres of the economy, they can't participate because we have a recession. So what's our proposition around that? But also bring it back closer to home. In my practice, as I went around promoting AI, as well as master classes and transformation, I found so much apathy and widespread use of these tools, but for purposes of entertainment, not for production.
Yes.
And therefore, we find that we have this notion of AI being not useful for two kinds of people. Those who don't use AI at all, and those who outsource their cognitive competencies to the models. Because then you work off data that is not for your context. Then you have misalignment of goals.
Exactly.
Therefore, useless outcomes.
Exactly.
And therefore, the consequences of job displacement, waste of resources, and everybody's time. So I'm looking forward to, because talking to you and others in this room, finding ways and opportunities to build up an AI ecosystem that works for our people, so that we can accumulate those economic and social gains that our people require. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, you're echoing everything that we've been saying, and I very much support that. And definitely, I'd like to talk to you more, 100%.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's powerful. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate it. You know, earlier you spoke about competition, and she said no, collaboration.
That's true.
Yes, and that's what we need, particularly from government. You know, I work for the South African government, which imported a bureaucracy that is not homegrown. And because of that bureaucracy, there's a lot of poor service delivery, because it does not quite directly speak to how we should provide the services where we are. And because of that, we've got so many challenges. Now, one of the big challenges, we need to speak to you. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Now, one of the big challenges we need to collaborate on is, we spoke about reprogramming. For a very long time, us civil servants have been programmed in this bureaucracy that causes a lot of inertia.
Yes.
And we are unable to just, you know, we feel so disempowered. We want to do these things, but we are unable to do them because of the nature of the bureaucracy. And one of the areas, perhaps, in human settlements that we should think about collaborating on is, how do we reprogram these bureaucrats to see this thing that you are showing us? Because, like you are saying, solutions are here, and solutions are not so expensive as we think. And I am looking forward. We've got the summit, this upcoming summit, but I'm looking forward to this conversation helping us to take to that summit solutions. But the biggest solution that we want is this one, reprogramming this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, that is exactly my whole, I mean, Jennifer knows, that's my whole job. Is really how do we, that's why I said in my PhD, the big discovery was that people adapted to the changes in the environment. Remember, I was asking, how did people survive climate change? Right. They adapted to the changes in the environment by unbrainwashing themselves. Now, GIZ, I talked about GIZ earlier. They have a man they call Otto Sharma. Otto Sharma is an MIT professor who, when they have their stretch sessions, they bring him. Otto Sharma charges them crazy amounts of money. Why do they bring him? He's got something he calls Theory U, right? Theory U is, there's an existing paradigm, the kind of thing you're talking about, this stuckness and inertia. And he says you have to go and download. By download, he's saying purging, getting rid of that brainwashing. And at the bottom of the U, he says that there's a gap between what we knew and the way we were behaving, and an opportunity to jump into a whole new paradigm of doing things. They bring this man into their strategic sessions. Why? Because they understand this thing. Us, who is our Otto Sharma? Who are the people who are more? I have to go back more.
Yeah, like I was telling you, we have to.
Okay. Who are the people who are doing that in our governments, in our institutions, etc., who are changing the way we think? You know, we call it capacity building, we call it leadership training, we call it all these funny things, but we can't again solicit that task to a foreigner to come and sit with our people and help them think in a unique way that's relevant for our own situation. You want to ask people from outside to come and train you to think about how to solve your problems.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So I support what you're saying, and that's why I'm telling you that my approach is what I call indigenous design thinking.
Come on.
That's the approach, and I'm just bringing this AI thing along. Not that, you know, whether we need it, we don't need it, but I'm bringing it along and I'm co-opting it. I'm not surrendering to it, I'm co-opting it so that I can operationalize it to expedite and enhance this process that we are already developing, you see. So you see, you've hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. For me, AI is not about solving our problems and implementing it in all sorts. It's about us using it to boost. That's why I call it to my students, I say it's like, you can call it a prosthesis. A prosthesis is like, you know, when you want to make your arm stronger. Your arm is already strong, but you want to make it stronger. It's your arm. That arm is going to do what you want it to do. Not replacing your arm with some robot's arm, no. Like what my brother in the back there is saying, we can't think like that. And therefore, I support exactly what you're saying, and hopefully we can really, you know, have this kind of thinking proliferate in our institutions. Okay. No last questions? We're done. Thank you.
Yes, thank you there, Doc. You know, it's very interesting. The images that Dr. Mape was showing here, they seem so so simplistic, but at the same time they are so natural. So it's interesting. They want us to go all the way to do a PhD to bring us back to what we've always known. So now that's those are the layers of knowledge that we need to have. And you know, Mr. McLean, you're also not even that far off. When you said that we need to be able to be designing our environments or buildings that they should be able to start to shield themselves, or the planning has to start to change as the weather changes. It already just starts to show you, I mean, I'm an architect, and I'm already starting to think things. That it cannot be that a settlement, if we're planning it, then it just goes left to right, and it sees lines, and no, when we increase it, we carry on with lines. But it could be that maybe every quarter, or every year, or every 2 years, we are going in to be checking what the weather patterns are saying, and then maybe we're saying that this settlement has to start to turn this way, start to move up this mountain, start to curve in this kind of a manner. And then now what Dr. Mape showed, and he showed what was his home on that image where he had his aunt's house. and he had his home, and they're around a courtyard. And then it makes me also to think, you know, if you join those two buildings, now I'm coming as an architect, say if you join those two buildings, at a corner, they do this. It means they have a stronger spine. And if you to take that, Mr. McLean, that you are to put those two buildings like this, and then maybe the next ones, and maybe the next ones, it means that when the rains come, you have a triangle. And then that triangle dispels the water to the left and to the right. So now the courtyard is shielded. That means the building now is protecting the people on the inside. You know, this is not coming from very simplistic images. So I appreciate what you're saying when you're saying, look, our solutions are here, they're not with external people. So now this is where we're going to use this AI as this prosthetic in order to start seeing how do we start to model our urban landscape to shape itself to weather. But I also think that it takes a very big man to say that we have an issue with our own mental blockages that have come with having been working in certain state departments for a long time. And it takes maturity to be able to say that we need to ingest something or drink something in order for our minds to start operating differently. Only somebody who can say that is somebody who's saying that I want to go into the future and I don't want to be left behind. So I do want to be able to think differently. So I commend you in that. Thank you. And then our good colleague who is online, I think after that, is the NHBRC here? Okay, then maybe perhaps we can take that as our coffee break. Yes, essential coffee break. Yes. So if we can just hang a little bit strong there after hearing the great insights from Dr. Mayape. I like when he said they're not teaching now, but rather giving you a manual to go and reteach yourself. Online, yes? Okay. Online we have another colleague. We can switch on the television. You know, those houses that Dr. Mape showed, you can just see that they were planned just for people not to be able to interact and families not to be together. You can't sit on your stoop, you cannot interact with your aunt. And that's what apartheid planning was all about. Online here we have another colleague of mine, Akil Khan. Akil is an architectural technologist who coaches designers and builds solutions to their challenges with artificial intelligence. His background is in architecture, data science, and generative artificial intelligence. He has previously worked on projects with SECAP and Cybid and a few others. He currently serves as an AI instructor at the Y, a Cybid initiative, coordinates the newly revamped CPD program at his organization, and he also consults at his impact organization as well. Mr. Akil, I know you're very energized. You're going to take us nicely into coffee. It's just your personality. I'm glad you were able to connect and join us. So over to you.
Nodding.
Looks like you need to repeat yourself a little bit.
Akil, can you hear me?
Oh, he's hearing you from the...
Yes. No, we can't hear you.
The audio is
But why does it say so can't they find something?
Now they must have mute.
Yes, we hear you.
They need to mute that one.
Okay, can you hear me now? Seems like you can't hear me on time.
We hear you.
Okay, great.
You can have your video on.
Yes, can I start presenting?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Definitely hear me. Amber, am I still connected by your device or is it by the TV?
By the TV. Well, my device is connected to the TV.
Guys, still there with me? I can't hear anyone now.
Akil, you don't need to hear us. You can go ahead. We're here to hear you. Yes?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, guys. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me over. Even though I'm virtually, that's the power of technology, allowing me to stream all the way from Cape Town. I'm going to share my screen with you all very quickly. I just want to see if you guys can see it. Let me know if you can see it. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
The slideshow is starting.
Yes.
Just give me a yes or a no, so I know.
Yes.
Yay or nay.
Yes.
Can see it? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I assuming you guys can see my screen. It says AI in disaster. So I'm actually going to be following on what Dr. Strabo Mape had mentioned. Him and I have worked on a few projects before, and I'm actually building onto his argument. One of the things that we'll be discussing today is the development of changing thinking, but in relation to disaster management. So myself has been doing this for the last, let's say, about 6 years, relatively speaking. I actually had moved away from architecture into the tech sector roughly in 2019. I've been lecturing since then, and I've also been doing some experimental work in generative artificial intelligence as well as hardcore machine learning, which I think is what some of the students that are part of the AI school have been doing as well. So I'm going to be taking you through examples and the ways we need to look at adjusting our thinking. But let's start off firstly with what's really important. And the thing that's really important is, what are the challenges around flooding? That's actually how you should start any artificial intelligence problem, or you don't just get into using the technology as a solution to something you don't have a problem for. So you have to start with asking yourself, what are the challenges? What are the problems? What is it that I am trying to resolve? Much like what Dr. Mape said, it's not about let's try to use this technology to achieve something. It's first, let's see what's the problems, and then let's identify whether we actually need an artificial intelligence solution. So what you can see as part of the challenges, which I'll be discussing now, it's across flooding and it's across fire, and specifically in informal settlements. We're going to be looking specifically in the context of Cape Town, where I'm from, and we'll be discussing some of the informal settlements that are actually not very far away from where I'm staying currently. We'll be looking at the Makassar area. We'll be also looking at the Strand area, Philippi, Dunoon. These are commonly occurring instances that occur. The challenges that we have with any disaster relief is firstly disconnection of data. We don't have enough information about the places all stringed together. Then dynamism. This flooding or fire conditions, they change quite drastically over time. And finally, of course, it's the destruction and the aftermath. That's the thing we're actually trying to prevent. And so as you can see, excuse me, as you can see on my screen ahead, this is a common occurrence every day when it is a rainy season in Cape Town. It's not only that the flood water systems do not have the capacity to hold all of the water, but it's also the lack of knowledge of where to build. Now, when water enters any environment, not only is there structural damage, but there are health detriments, or there is a damage to the healthy environments which people are living in. That means cold water constantly every day, creating an environment where people's feet are constantly exposed to this wet conditions, causing problems not just within the material environment, but for the person themselves, breathing, mold, joint pain. Additionally to that, being consistently in wet conditions
can cause severe chest infections as well. So this is truly an issue that needs to be discussed. Truly, we need to find some sort of way to mitigate the impact by having better decisions made in specific instances. Now, what you'll see on my screen here, let's put this on mute, is how quickly an area can flood. This is actually flooding that's occurred in Texas. I've explained to you why we're looking at different parts of the globe now. But within a 10 to 20-minute period, water from just a single stream has collectively enlarged across the entire landscape. And you can see towards the background in that particular area that the cars had to disperse quite quickly within a 20-minute period. So we have some real issues when it comes to flooding and not understanding these weather patterns. So how can we overcome some of these challenges? We'll talk about it firstly from a data perspective. We'll talk about it from a machine learning perspective, and then we're going to talk about it from an architectural perspective. So I showed you Texas, and Texas also has extremely harsh rains and weather conditions, much like a lot of the world. But we're looking at that one specifically so that we can try to see, are there any patterns that occur that could potentially occur in other parts of the globe? And so what you're looking at my screen here is what are the opportunities for intervention to make data-driven decisions. So I'll take you back very quickly here. Let's go back. We're talking about disasters, right? And we're talking about what are the challenges around flooding. And the challenges is disconnected data, that these flooding systems are dynamic, they change, and there's massive destruction, not only to buildings, but to human health, habitable conditions. You see that this occurrence is quite frequent, especially in areas where it rains quite heavily in the wet seasons. The combination in Cape Town is it's winter and it's raining, and that causes a major effect, not only to the infrastructural areas getting into places, but the conditions where people live getting in and out of them as well. So you've seen how quickly, in this video that I just showed here, how quickly things can flood. I'll just go on mute. And one of the things we need to have is clear, concise data, as Dr. Mape mentioned, which is local to our systems. But you do start to notice patterns around the globe, that something that happens in South Africa, when it happens here, it also happens at the same time somewhere else. And you can sort of see that because the world is actually a system, when something happens in one place, it does to some degree affect another, or they are related, and you know, one is directly proportional to another. And so using this approach, we're going to look at opportunities for intervention. And this is where artificial intelligence comes to help us make decisions. As Dr. Mape was mentioning, it's not about using artificial intelligence to do things for us. In fact, the very definition of artificial intelligence talks about creating algorithms for thinking, perception, and action. That's entirely what it's for. Now, when we talk about thinking, it's to aid in thinking. When we talk about perception, is how can a machine see what we see so that it can assist us in making better decisions? And when we talk about action, we then talk about doing things for us. But it's currently not very good at action. If you wanted to do things, if you wanted to behave a particular way, you can't do that. And that's why I often mention that artificial intelligence is not a tool, because a tool are three things. A tool is precise, it's controllable, and it's replicable. You know exactly what you can expect from a tool. But artificial intelligence and intelligence in itself is not a tool. It's not meant to be replicated. Just like human thinking, it's meant to assist us, augment us, help us to make better decisions. And so that's the approach we're taking here. So what you can see on my screen here, each year, and Google has actually created, using all of their scanning of the globe, Google Earth, Google Maps, they've been able to detect patterns from around the world of how flooding occurs in specific regions. And so they've created AI-based flood forecasting models. What you can see in my screen here says that they can detect up to 7 days in advance using machine learning and pattern detection where these floodings are going to occur. And so what you're seeing on my screen now is the data they're collecting. So they're using weather forecasts, stream flow gauge, satellite precipitation, and catchment attributes. All of this data from surveying the globe, using satellites to gain it. They're using this to try to have historical data to figure out patterns, and then have future-based data to figure out, okay, if this happened in the past, this is bound to happen again. And so you can see on the left-hand side, it talks about hindcast. So that's all previous old data. And on the right-hand side, it talks about forecast. So making decisions based on old information so that we can see potentially what could occur in the future. And so this is an artificial intelligence model. You see, it's called long short-term memory. It's a method to be able to calculate what is happening. Now, I'm going to actually show you just now in the next few minutes time, my own running through with using this. This model is available mainstream to everyone. What you can see on my screen here is they have the AI model for predictions and their own model for predictions, what is actually occurring. And you can see the AI model and the benchmarks are very, very close to each other. What you'll see on the next screen now is that, and I'll move through it, is what this flood hub looks like. And so what Google has done is it's taken all of this data, whether it's LiDAR data, which is scanning the Earth, whether it's weather forecast data, and it's been able to create this flood hub where you can identify in which parts of the world within the next 7 days where a flooding could possibly occur. And so this is what that particular shot looks like. And now you're going to see, when we zoom in together, if you can still see my screen, you can see that on the left-hand side, there's a graph which shows you on the maroon on the top, which is dangerous levels, the red at the bottom, which is, okay, we're approaching a problem. And then you can see towards the very bottom some blue lines. So that's showing you the flood patterns. And you can go onto your phone right now and check out in the areas which you are interested in, is there a potential of a flood occurring? And you can see that what I'm looking at is actually a portion of the African continent, which is highlighted in red, which means that there is flooding occurring right now. So I'm going to put this on play very quickly. There's no sound attached to this, but this is me going into the model. And you can see that I film myself now moving across this globe and looking at all the areas where it's red and green to see where flooding is occurring. And so if you have a look at my screen, you'll see that I'll start to move down towards South Africa, and I will look at a specific region, and I will see what is the flooding conditions. And so you'll see I'm looking here in the Eastern Cape. And what we're looking at, if I click on the green, you can see there's no flooding conditions expected within the next 7 days, because all the flooding seasons in that area is not at this moment. And so the models are not predicting anything to occur. But now if you look in the regions like Pakistan, or you look at Chad, you'll see here that there's a major flood that's not only just occurring, but will potentially occur in the next 7 days. You can see on the left-hand side how the graph is moving up. So it's collecting data before these things occur, and is mentioning to people, giving them an insight as to, okay, we need to either, from the governmental side, mobilize resources to assist the people. From the NGO side, try to get food supplies together to assist them. And then additionally, it's also allowing people, because you can go on your phone now and see, oh no, I think I need to evacuate the area. And this is exceptionally important to help you make better decisions, so you know what you need to do. And these are artificial intelligence models for simulation. It's not intended to do anything. It's not going to build a house for you. It's not going to say exactly tell you what you need to do in the next few minutes. It's saying, here is the problem that's occurring. I'm making you aware of it. Now you have to decide. Now you can make better decisions. Perhaps I don't go to this area, or perhaps, you know what, within this period, we need to move away from this inland area, or we need to perhaps move our housing away from the floodplains. And so I'm moving through to the next slide. We're now going to talk about fires. So that's just a summary on information that's available on flooding. Now we're going to look at fires. And again, with fires, just as devastating. There's disconnected data. We don't have enough information that everyone has been collecting to know when fires are occurring. We then have dynamism. Fires change, and fires move quickly. If you have been in the Cape Town region, you would have seen that there were massive fires in the last 3 years, some of it which has not only engulfed informal settlements, but even buildings that have been established for years. And that's because of wind conditions and other similar circumstances. And that causes massive destruction. Now, if you have a look at fires, the statistics show that it takes roughly 2 minutes for an entire structure that's in an informal settlement, just one dwelling, to catch light, just 2 minutes, and then your entire structure has caught a light and potentially collapsed. So that means there's not a lot of time when fire jumps and spreads from one structure to another. There's not a lot of time for you to do anything. So now it's exceptionally important that from the time of the ignition to the time that these fires catch on, that you're aware of a few things. You're aware that the structure will collapse because there's cardboard, which is used to build some of the structures. There are metal sheeting. There's also a lot of flammable materials that are used in the construction. All of these move at rapid, excessive rates through burning. And so you need to be aware, okay, if I am in this region, how quickly do I need to move out? What are the ways through to escape from this particular area. Additionally to that, you also would notice that it's not only a structural issue, but smoke detection. If you can figure out where the fire is moving and what direction the wind is blowing and how much of surface area is burning, you can figure out how large smoke clouds will be, which will block your view, and you need to move away from these. And so this is a very common occurrence in Cape Town. And in fact, it's both for informal settlements and formal structures. And so what we see on my screen is how rapidly these fires move. You can see that they jump. It looks as though, and this is shown in a very short period of time, it looks as though it's engulfed entire units. And it really has. It's done this in an exceptionally short period of time, not quick enough for someone to make a decision on what to do. So what we need to do is find out ahead of the time where a potential fire could be caused. Whether it's a wildfire or whether it's human-induced, it doesn't matter. A fire is going to take lives. And so we need to try to see ahead of the time, based on the information we already have, where are fires most likely to be occurring. And so how do we overcome these challenges? So one of the ways we can do that, again, is here's an opportunity for intervention. Let's get good data to make good decisions on. So we're talking about data-driven decisions. Google has also created what they call FireSat. FireSat is an alliance that they have with an organization to use artificial intelligence not only to detect wildfires, so via the satellites, look at specific areas where there's constant monitoring of the site, but picking up when those fires are going to increase and therefore alerting the authorities that there's going to be a fire in this particular area. So it's using computer vision as a model to detect what is going to occur, but it's also using data from how fire behaves and what has happened before. So what you'll see on my screen, for example, here, is that there's early detection. There's a grid about 5 meters by 5 meters, a block, in which it tries to identify these regions and sees, okay, there's potentially going to be a fire in this region. It looks like a fire is starting there. We know fire is going to move in a particular way. We need to evacuate people from this area. Additionally to that, there has to be simulations of how fire behaves. And artificial intelligence is very good at taking data and simulating how it will perform and behave in another time. It's not different to what Dr. Mape was saying. Dr. Mape was talking about realities and how do we construct realities. A simulation is a construction of reality. And we are trying to model how fire behaves. Because if we know how it behaves, we know how it'll move. And if we know how it'll move, we'll be able to move in the opposite direction, and so that we won't be harmed or attacked by it. So these are models, all again by Google, trying to simulate how does fire behave. And what you see on my screen is fire on a flat surface, fire on an incline, fire on a high incline, and now you can see as it progresses how the smoke forms, because not only just the direction of the fire, but it's also the direction of wind. So we know the smoke is going to form, and in different conditions, especially if you have flammable materials, it will create high density clouds. And we need to know, okay, this is where the clouds are going to come at. Here, where's the wind going? We know in this direction, it's not a good place to go at. These are all helpful. This is all helpful information that you can use to make better decisions. Now, I mention all of this to you because this information actually has been used in the South African setting, from local authorities to national authorities. The data that I'm showing you has been deployed, whether it's for flood or for fires, especially in the Western Cape region. These models do exist and are being used. But you might say, okay, Akil, but like this is a lot of information to process at once. Can't we just have one place where we can combine all the data? And that's actually what I'm showing you now. This is Google's most recent release. This is Alpha Earth. And if you haven't heard about it, Google has had previous models called AlphaFold, which is in biology, is to help predict protein structures more than any human could before using artificial intelligence. This, in what you're seeing, if you look at the left moving all the way to the right-hand side, is Google taking data from all the surveillance, whether it's terrain data, like Dr. Straba Mape was talking about, weather data, whether it's scanning of buildings and movements in this particular area. It's taking all of this data, combining it into one surface that everyone can access and see. And so I'm going to put the next slide on here. If you have a look at the screen, and I'm hoping you're seeing it on time, there are satellites that are continuously orbiting the Earth. These satellites are taking data, various different types. Like I mentioned, it's it's flooding data, or it's rainwater, or it's the climate conditions or the terrains, and it's mapping all of it together and combining it so we have one entire view of how the world is working. This can help us be able to predict not only when the fires are going to occur, but where they are going to occur, and potentially help us see when will fires and flooding spread to other parts of the country or the regions. And we can see this based on taking data from one part of the earth and saying, okay, this frequently happens here. And when this happens here, it also happens in South Africa. And so what we're doing is we're trying to learn from data all around the world to help us make more and more accurate predictions. So here's what you might be asking. Akil, you come from an architectural background. You've been talking about architecture. In fact, we've had architects talking the entire time. How does this help me mitigate challenges? How does this help me prevent these things from occurring? I'm going to show you a project that I actually worked on in my postgraduate studies with a team at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We were looking at a specific region in KZN. And this particular region that we're looking at, we try to use data-driven insights. We try to look at the site itself and information on the site. We try to look at the simulation of what could potentially occur over time. And then we looked at what are the possible architectural solutions for that. So again, I'm going to recap for you in case you missed it, right? I said in the beginning, what I'm going to talk about is, cool, we have artificial intelligence, but it's not intended to do work for us. It's meant to help us make better decisions. If we can simulate reality, if we could see potentially what the future might look like, we can adjust ourselves today to make better decisions. And so we have to first look at what are the challenges that we are trying to solve. And maybe artificial intelligence is a solution to it, or maybe it's not. But greatly, whatever artificial intelligence will do, it'll help us alter our thinking about the situation. So we look at the challenge. What are the challenges around flooding? I mentioned that there's not enough accurate data about it, that flooding changes a lot. We don't necessarily know how it's going to behave all the time. And there's a lot of destruction, both mentally, physically for people, as a traumatic experience, but health-wise, as well as the destruction to the structures as well. Moving through again, we're talking about how do we overcome these. I showed you some of the artificial intelligence applications, not tools, applications. And then I moved over to the same thing for fire as well. Right, so I'm saying here are the challenges. But now, once we have this data and this information, how can we actually use this in a real life scenario? And that's what I'm talking about here now. How does knowing all of this help me mitigate the challenges? And so what you see here is one of the projects we're doing. This is actually a figure ground map, or what they call a Nolly map, of the informal settlement development in the area in KZN. This is in the region called Giba Gorge. And just so you can see, in KZN, if Durban is far to the right, Giba Gorge is towards the left-hand side, and it's in a very mountainous terrain, which has flooding conditions that do occur because of the mountainous terrain. And so you can see this map zooming in, right? But it's in the KZN region. What are the problems that we found on site? So some of the problems in the Eukanyeni area is that there's inadequate infrastructure. There's also no street lighting. There's a lack of water and electricity, and so there's illegal pipelines being connected, which again causes both a risk when it comes to fire and flooding. There's no formalized transportation in the area, so formal taxi rank, and it's built on a floodplain. So that means that when flooding occurs, if your housing and your unit is in that zone, you definitely are going to be affected by it. And so one of the important things that we are trying to do now is, if I have a model of the Earth, what can I do to help us predict? Now, at the time, we use Google Maps. We use a lot of data from the internet to make the decisions on the site. But we didn't have all of the artificial intelligence resources available at the time. Now that we do, we could have made even better decisions. But these are some of the decisions that were made based on the simulations we had done. So firstly, what you can see, and it's really important to note, is that if you look at human settlement patterns, if you look at an informal settlement development, it's always organic. It means it doesn't follow straight lines because it's not planned. However, if you look at that, that's how most biological organisms form. So that means informal settlement patterns, when they are developing, they are being created in an organic form. And if it's created in an organic form, it means it's actually a very efficient use of space because it's built on demand. It's built on the rituals that people perform. It's based on the daily activities that they have. And so actually informal settlements are a really good representation of everyday life. The buildings are a representation of the activities people do every day because it wasn't planned to be that way. It's, I need this, I need it now, let me construct it. And so it's like structures on demand. And if you look at the entire thing, just have a look at the imagery that you're seeing on my screen. All of it is organic, it's flowing, it moves like the water, it moves like natural organisms grow. And so to best understand this, we applied a theory of complexity. We try to understand how do complex systems work. And if you understand how complex systems work, you'll notice there's always patterns. In nature, in the natural environment, there are patterns that we pick up. And these are complex patterns, not just a straight line and a grid and a square and a block. These are exceptionally profound patterns that form. And what's really interesting is that if you look at patterns in mathematics, you see the same patterns developing even in the construction of informal settlements, even though it wasn't planned. And so what we're looking at here, if you look at the bottom left of my screen, the last brown block, we try to use this thinking to predict how would the informal settlements grow over time as population increases. And you can see that there's a small cluster on the left, which then had some developments on the right, which then moved in a snaking arm-like movement. And this is quite a natural progression based on the history of the data, looking at how things developed, moving towards what do we think people are going to do, we were able to predict patterns. Now that's really important because if you have a look on my screen now, we're taking a section, we're cutting through the entire site, and we're looking at where would flooding occur. So this is a massive section. And what we've done, and what was important, is that if you know in a period between 50 to 100 years where the water levels are going to rise, you can demarcate those areas for people not to build in. And that's an exceptionally powerful way to think about it. What you're seeing here is a section through that site and all the interventions that we are trying to create to put things in place to prevent people from building in those areas because we know there's going to be floods there. And so you'll see that we've taken the opportunity to not only use the flooding, though, the water that's being created, we're not only using it as a means to prevent people from going there, but to encourage development of the natural environment that's there. So these spaces become places people go to. These become places, and the water that's here, people can use and grow things. So we're not only looking at trying to fight against nature in some sort of rebellion against it. What we're trying to do is work with the systems that already exist as part of the indigenous knowledge structures that are available. And so here's an example when we took a closer section. You cannot move existing informal structures because you are uprooting people's livelihoods. You're uprooting a place they've settled in. But what you can do is create interventions. And so based on the data we have, we know the flooding is going to occur here. We also know this is a high fire area. What we're going to do is we're going to look at stepping the boundaries. So what you're seeing on the cut of the site here is where flooding is most likely going to occur. We're going to make it in steps. And so the steps here indicate to people, okay, when it's on the third step, we know flooding is going to happen very, very soon. We need to move out of here quickly. When it's at the lower level step, we know, okay, we're pretty good. We'll be safe for a while. So we have some sort of indication where flooding is going to occur. Additionally to that, we also have structural state. Yes. Sorry, I can't hear you guys there. Just say one more time. Maybe send me a message. Oh, you can send to me what? This is my conclusion, though, guys, by the way. Guys still with me? I'll maybe just wrap up on this. Just to mention, these are interventions we're looking at in creating places and pockets within the systems where water can be caught, and additionally creating indications on water level rising. You can see it in the interventions that are here. And finally, what you can see are various iterations of solutions we have. And this is used or envisioned with the power of artificial intelligence. So what you're seeing here on my screen are envisionings. These are live videos or live videos, created videos to show what the floodplains could look like, what are possible solutions now that we know it would occur. And these are also created using the help of artificial intelligence. So if you're interested in just finding out more about this, this is the organizations we work with: CYBIT, South African Institute of Building Design, which I'm part of, and my organization has partnered with them to create these initiatives to assist architectural designers and people who are working on a national level to use artificial intelligence to make more informed decisions. We have course structures, and we also have flagship workshops where we assist people in changing their thinking on using AI in their work or in the built environment. But I think that's all from me. I hope everyone heard what I was saying coming through. I'll stop sharing now. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Amber, over to you.
I appreciated you just reminding us that we should not work against nature, we rather work with it. By saying that if we demarcate those flooding plains, then we actually create some steps there that people know that you do not go beyond a certain age. Because I do think that a lot of times, because we have not demarcated these areas, then people think, oh, it's empty land and we can go and build. But meanwhile, yet again, every year they build in the floodplains. You know, when you show that image about the fire, and so that we can learn maybe to move away from the direction of fire, I'm already starting to think about if buildings could be able to retard fire themselves. The moment the building starts to get hot, it changes and then it starts to retard fire. I don't know. But that's where specialists all come in. But thank you so much for your time, my good colleague. We're going to go for coffee. I don't know what you're going to have. Yeah, but thanks for your time.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I think we can have a coffee and a body break for how long, Amber?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Good morning.
You can put it up.
Okay.
Joe, where's Amber? Amber.
I think it's on now.
That if you go to the back, I think it's a bit better for the camera.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Near the flower. Near the flower.
Is this live?
Yes, it's live.
Scary stuff, eh? Yes. There's actually a story behind it.
Yes.
It took a lot for us to actually be here. I wanted to reference the point that I think it's Mr. McLean,
Yes.
he made around bureaucracy.
Yes.
When Jennifer reached out to us to say, can you come and be part of this workshop? It came to me directly, and the first question I asked her is, have you engaged my principals? Are they aware of this show? And it seemed as if there had not been that engagement. And on this particular case study, there's sort of like a project, if I may call it, that we're working on. And there's processes within the city that we have to go through before you can officially speak publicly about a project. Because on some of these platforms, you would ordinarily get some sort of engagement or questions and answers. So now it was very scary for me to think, okay, I'm going on a public platform to speak about this case study, and I potentially do not have the authorization or the support of my seniors. So the first thing I needed to do is make sure that that aspect was in order. So yeah, finally we're here, and it's great to be here. I think a lot of the speakers that came before me spoke to solutions, what they think AI can help with in terms of getting to the solutions that we require as human settlement and other space of life. You have the presentation?
yes, we're just going to turn off.
Okay. Maybe let's just give it a few moments to fly that. I'm going to be very brief, but I wanted to speak to the problem.
Welcome to this presentation on artificial intelligence and its use in reconstruction of Mthatha.
It's essentially
My first step was to use artificial intelligence to
the case study looks at the development and piloting of a smart high-tech village in the city of Johannesburg. That is the request or the intention. So we have to work around a problem statement. I think the other speaker spoke to it as well. Whatever that we are trying to solve, we need to understand the problem entirely and in detail, so that whatever solution that we are bringing forth will be a working solution, and it will speak to the problem and solve it potentially. I think that's the entire attempt, to solve problems around human settlement or housing. So currently, we have a big problem of slow housing delivery. Slow paced, if I may say, because again, you have to go through processes and processes and processes and processes. And sometimes going through those processes feels like more work than doing the actual delivery of the housing that people need out there. So that's part of the problem that we are trying to respond to. You might have seen, especially in the city of Johannesburg, the city is not looking great. And as a city, we are always lambasted with questions to say, but what is the city doing about this issue of problems? I'm with my colleagues here, so we work together on the same floor. And they can confirm for me and for everyone in this room that on a daily basis, there's a problem which is an emergency and needs to be solved now. On a daily basis, consistently. You're constantly working on a site, a project, or a building.
Yes.
The problem is similar across those particular buildings or projects, but the solution is just not coming forth. And it's not coming forth because we're not responding quickly enough. So even if we were to respond quickly, there's another element to the problem, which is city infrastructure. The process that we spoke to, which is bureaucracy, is you need to demonstrate in whatever development or project you're packaging or bringing forth that the city infrastructure as it exists now will be able to carry the desired problem, desired project or the housing project that you are proposing for development. So there are various housing products, but all of them have to go through the same process. You have to eventually go and submit to the council. And just because we are human settlement city of Johannesburg, we are not exempt. So the same process that all developers, all planners, and all architects have to go through to get their approvals in place, we are also subjected to the same process, and there's no favoritism. So we still need to contribute to a certain extent to city infrastructure in whatever proposals that we are making. I remember now there's a particular project where we found out that the pipes are actually old. It's clay pipes that are in the ground. And there's a need to actually do CCTV within the pipes and do inspections. And all likelihood is that we'll have to redo a certain portion of a line. And I'm talking outside of a project site. We're talking a link. How do you get sewer out of your building? You have to connect 500 meters away. And it's determined that that 500 meters away line is actually not adequate to carry your development. So now that becomes a project outside of a project or within a project. So that becomes a hindrance or a problem that we face when we develop some of these projects. So with this, can AI come in and help and offer alternatives or innovative way to deal with the issue of overburdened infrastructure? Can we be off-grid? Do we have to always tie into the city? What other options are there? Then whatever solution that is being presented, won't exist in a vacuum. We still need to ensure that it is sustainable, both in terms of money, environmentally, and socially. So the case study, I'm going to go into detail with it, but essentially it needs to be sustainable, whatever solution we're coming with. And because we work with people, we have clientele. And the people that we work with expect a certain type of housing product to be presented to them as beneficiaries. So it needs to be socially acceptable, whatever this AI solution we're presenting to the masses. So that's essentially the problem statement. But there's other layers to this problem statement that we've sort of had to ask ourselves. And we are still in the process of trying to find the correct and suitable answer or solution. So one of the questions that we've had to ask ourselves is, are we doing horizontal developments or are we doing vertical developments? In the example that Dr. Chava mentioned, you notice that it's a house that we are speaking to in terms of where he comes from in Northern Cape. So that's low density, that's single standing houses that were being developed. So in the city of Johannesburg, we are sort of shying away from those type of proposals or developments in that we have an issue of scarcity of land, well-located land, which is suitable for development. So what we try to do is use a stack approach where we squeeze a lot of the families in one area to maximize on the land, because whatever piece of land you find is actually gold. Again, as part of our daily exercises in the office, they'll tell you we're always looking for land. We're always looking for land. Where can we move these people to? Where can we build this new housing? It's our daily struggle. But if you go to a different municipality, say in the Eastern Cape, you might find that issues of land is not really prevalent there. The land is actually really available, and maybe their challenges are completely different. So in the city of Johannesburg, that's one of the issues that we are looking at as part of this case study, to say the solution has to be specific to the problem. But we've given it a chance in that, as much as it's not so prevalent in the city of Johannesburg, you'll find that there are other regions within the city. The city has about 7 or 8 regions where land is readily available. But the issue with that land is you have a limited economic activity happening in those particular nodes, but the land is available to develop. But then you certainly cannot develop in those spaces because people are drawn to stay in places where there's activity or economic activity or economic opportunities, so that they can be able to fend for themselves. So yeah, we are definitely asking ourselves that, because based on the little work that we've done, it seems like the technologies that we are meeting in the market are actually a bit limited in terms of how high we can actually go. And there's up to 1 or 2 stories that you can actually develop with some of the technologies that is available in the market. So we are looking, we are asking for people to come forward. We are looking for innovators. We are looking for solutions. How can we go higher quickly and still meet the specs that are in place, because we work within a national housing code guideline. We don't have a freedom to just deliver whatever we require. So yeah, that speaks to partially the legal compliance. So whatever solution that is being brought forward, it will still have to comply with laws that currently exist within the Republic and also regionally at city level, the various policies. Then, in answering this problem statement of ours, we're also looking at issues around shifts in labor market, because currently some of the traditional construction methods are very labor intensive. It's labor intensive construction. So people are expecting that they will be employed, and rightfully so, and they'll be able to earn a living as soon as a project is introduced into their neighborhood or into their community. So with AI coming in, what are we saying? That shift in labor market, can we develop the existing labor market to be suitable to work with the AI solutions that are coming into the market? We don't want to bring in new technology for constructing houses and at the same time use the amount of people that are employed on this project, because those are some of the targets when we are procuring contractors for construction. And yeah, I think I've spoken to the issue of grid in this village. Can we completely go off grid, or can we be a hybrid system, partially reliant on the municipal infrastructure still and partially self-reliant as and when necessary? We've also went into detail to look at different materials that we can potentially use, but again, all of this are still a question. So it's still fluid. It's not really finalized, and it's a process. It's a process. Yeah, I think I've spoken to the other issues, IBTs, ABTs as well. So, like I've indicated, the issue of bureaucracy, we're not exempt from it. So whatever compliance that needs to be achieved, we need to go through it. So with ABT and IBT, I understand that there's AGRIMA, SA, that accreditates alternative building technology and innovative building technology methods. So whoever is going to be approaching the city, when we do the request for proposal, to present whatever innovation that they bring forward, it has to be fully compliant. It has to be fully compliant in all aspects, especially national building regulations. There was mentions around fire, there was mentions around flood, etc., etc. So there's no exemptions. We do not anticipate that we'll be working in a vacuum. All rules of engagement apply. Then, as part of this case study, we have identified a piece of land somewhere, cannot tell you where.
Okay.
Yeah, so with this land, we're lucky because the land actually has primary land use rights for business one. And just by that, we anticipate that it will save us about 6 to 12 months of planning approval processes. Because had we found a land that is not zoned correctly, it means that before we could even start proposing any development on that piece of land, we have to undertake a rezoning process of some sort. So we're good, we're safe. And with that, it means that we have rights to develop business, we have rights to develop shops, residential buildings, and other social amenities. So that's the intention. Can we develop a village that is self-sufficient and self-reliant within this piece of land? And that's what we're looking to do. Another advantage that we've picked up from this piece of land we've identified is that it falls within a priority human settlements and housing development area, meaning fundings actually get towards providing funding programs within this particular area. And it's strategically located. There's a transport nodes. People can quickly get into a bus, taxi, and go where they need to go without walking a long distance. There's some economic activities also happening in that particular space. So I think with the good Dr. Jennifer, we're looking to get some funding for the development and piloting of this particular project. It's a case study. And because of it, the land being in the PHSA DS, we can do social housing, we can do informal settlements upgrading, and actually opposite this piece of land that we've identified, there is an informal settlement. So it's sort of so I've made sure that there are no street names indicated here. It just says the regular shape, L shape, if you may, and it measures approximately smart high-tech village, and a portion of the site will be dedicated to high density type of development, which will encompass features that are high-tech. And again, the intention is to draw from AI. What smart features can we include in this particular development? So this is a concept. Before I get bashed, I just want to say it's nothing concrete at this particular moment. As you can see, the idea is to have a village component and a high density component. And we are in agreement that what Dr. Chow mentioned regarding creating standalone houses, it certainly doesn't work. So the idea is to try and introduce duplex type of units and triplex type of units, so that individual beneficiaries can have some sort of social relationship with each other, and you're not just a standalone type of house. And again, if you can look at this particular sketch, you will realize that the standalone units are approximately 30, and they are quite land intensive. They take up a lot of land.
Yes.
So it's not a good solution. So with this, the intention, because it's a pilot, is to allow or afford the innovators enough space around each unit for them to be able to develop, because they require working space. So because it's a pilot, it's only for testing and research and collecting information. It's been still discussed whether or not there will be beneficiaries or people staying in there, and if they are, who's administering that. So yeah, that is the case. Like whoever's going to be coming on board is to understand that the solution that they are providing needs to be functional, needs to be safe, because there will be people who are using that particular structure or home on a daily basis, and there will be data that is being collected in the process to understand how the space actually works in terms of humidity, lighting, air quality, etc., etc. So yeah, that is a high-level concept of what we're trying to move towards. In the discussions that I've had with Dr. Jennifer and the HDA, and based on also what the other presenters illustrated, you are able to use AI to take this image and regenerate it for it to show you what a high-tech smart village would essentially look like. I've been trying to get them to give me the prompts, but they've been very stingy with the prompts in terms of how to get it done. So yeah, currently, then how are we as human settlement using AI? The extent that I've been personally exposed to is that we are moving towards 3D scaling. If you look at a room like this, if you were to document it as it is now, you will have to come here with a laser measure, you will have to come here with a tape measure, and you'll have to do a manual exercise of literally measuring everything. And I can tell you for sure, when we do the measuring, we only focus on the walls and the doors and the windows. Everything else, we're leaving it to chance or redesign. But with 3D scaling, you have an opportunity of providing a precise model, Revit file, as a final product that you can work on of any existing structure inside and outside. And what it does, it uses point clouds, it takes images internally of everything and regenerates it, puts it together as one, and you are able to download that file in an editable version. But essentially, it will pick up everything that's in this room. Anything that's fixed, it will pick up the lights, it will pick up the smoke detectors, it will pick up cabling, finishes, everything, skatings. So you don't have to physically go and measure how far the plug is from the edge of the column. So that's one aspect of AI, I think, that I've picked up that is currently being used in the industry. But yeah, we currently do not have such a machine internally, and for us to get there, again, we have to go through bureaucracy and demonstrate why it's actually important and be prioritized for procurement. We haven't gotten there yet, and what we've been doing is manual measuring. And it's a very labor-intensive exercise. I think we've had to spend almost an entire day on one of our sites measuring a building. So with AI, I think this will be one of the ways that efficiency can be improved. Yeah. Then we go to the next slide. The good news though is our colleagues at HDA actually have a technology, an AI-based technology that we've actually used on this piece of land that I'm speaking to, the case study, and it's called Open Space Reality Capture. So what it is, it's actually a 360-degree camera that is mounted site, you just walk around, and it captures your footpath where you've walked, and it captures essentially everything in 360 degrees where you walked. And when you get back into the office and you need to check something on site, you can easily just rotate the same way you would rotate Google Earth at street map. So I think it's a very important tool because, you know, during construction you want to be able to record the progress of the project as it happens. You want to be able to give instructions while you are in the office and not having to travel from province to province or 300 kilometers to inspect and give instructions manually. So, yeah, I think this was one of the AI technology that we've used on this particular case study. So, that is it, colleagues. The intention those solutions so that we can incorporate it into the smart high-tech village that the city, in collaboration with the HDA and National Department and other stakeholders, which I can't mention now, are trying to deliver. So that is it. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes. I have, yes. Thank you, sir. I have a question. Next to the flowers. Yes. I have a question for you. Zoned at business one, you can develop residential. If you wish, you can do this, you can do that, you can do this, you can do that.
Correct. That is what I'm saying, but for the city of Johannesburg.
Oh, for the city of Johannesburg.
Yes,
I'm already thinking. I'm already thinking maybe I can go and do something. Go and find that. So for the city.
Every city or municipality has a land use management scheme or a town planning scheme. So in there we define how they've zoned all the lands within their jurisdiction. So in the city of Johannesburg, business one allows for all of those
business one is the golden mecca.
Correct.
Okay.
But in other municipalities it might be totally different.
Oh no, I understand.
Sure.
And then you mentioned on that site plan that you had, you have the high-rise density houses. I understand that. And then you have those smaller ones that you call those singular houses in the village. You said something is going to be happening there. Can you explain what that is?
Correct. So the village is the entire case study focus.
Okay.
Because we've identified this piece of land. We've determined that it's about 3 hectares. We want to do a village, a smart high-tech village, where we'll be doing testings of various alternative and innovative building technologies. But because it's still would have been in the testing phases, we would want to see how it responds to a natural environment, take it through the whole process of construction on site, because what you experience in controlled environments is totally different when we have to implement on site where there are a lot of variables which can change. So the intention is to try and develop this village as a pilot, and whatever solutions that we can determine from the research process that they are actually, they work, they are able to deliver the repeat a pace housing and they comply and there's no failure, then we can replicate elsewhere throughout the country. So we are participating as the city of Johannesburg on this village, but we are very much aware that our problems will most likely not be solved by a village type of development. Our problems are likely to be solved by a high-rise type of development. So we're saying we're opening it up to everyone who can provide innovative solutions to these two problems, at the low density level and also at the high density level. And we're saying it doesn't have to be for the entire structure. It can be for a component of the structure that is done differently to the traditional building methods that we currently use, because we've established that there are long processes that we have to follow. You can imagine if you are building a normal house, you have to do normal excavations, pour concrete, etc., etc. So what can we do that shortens the construction period that we can then go out and replicate elsewhere around the country to try and respond to the issue of the housing backlog much faster. I think nationally it's sitting at about 2.2 million, 2.4 million backlog, so it's a lot of work. And if the city is around half a million rand, I mean, sorry, not rand, 500,000 beneficiaries that are currently waiting. So it's a lot of work, that's what we're saying, and we need to respond, and we need to respond quickly, because every day that we do not respond, the list also keeps on growing. And with urban, the migration of people from rural areas to urban areas, where still the problem is compounding on each day or each time passes. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to come up with a solution to deliver housing at a rapid scale within the current framework, because we have to comply with everything.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you explaining that. Yes, look, densification is really the way to go, especially in our cities. You know, it makes a lot of sense. Is there a question or comment from anybody? Or wishing to add? Yes, sir?
We want to see the city.
Yes.
I think there's a shift from the traditional way of approaching housing delivery. And that's quite interesting. What is the estimated time? When is this likely to? Where are you in the process? Starting, you have not started, you are still thinking. You'll go on pension before it starts.
That's a good question.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you remember, I wanted to give background as to how I got here. And part of that background was trying to limit the amount of information that I'm putting out there, because it's still a case study, still on somebody's desk, somebody still needs to sign off something, somebody needs to allocate money. Even the concept itself, or what we're trying to achieve with the village, all the details have not been finalized. So it's fluid, it's constantly moving, there's discussions, there's meetings. So I cannot necessarily say there's a timeline.
Press 1, press 2, and whatever else you have in the language. My question is around the fact that we say densify, and in the city's space, how far do you go? How far are your parameters allowing you to go? I'm asking probably it's around what is contained, which probably could be there in the public domain. And secondly, around the issues that we've spoken about of planning approvals, which tend to delay maybe the progression of a project around what we want to do. To say in the city, aren't you experiencing those, and how do you go about in dealing with them, because that's what deters some of the developments that we deal with. But it's like, how far high-rise do you go as a city with your parameters, because you take what is happening in other countries, Japan and all the countries, which we say this is the direction that we want to follow. And we say all our major urban centers are supposed to go in that direction. But our challenge, we think it's in the space that the land use aims, they tend to preclude and say you can go only up to this limit. And if you maybe relate it to your city, to say how far does your land use scheme say with the developers out there to go into maybe 30 stories or 40 stories? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try and best answer your question, but I want to put a disclaimer that I'm from the Human Settlements Department of the city, and there's a separate department or group that specifically deals with development, and that's development planning, and they are the custodian of the land use management scheme or any SLUMA processes. So from what I know, within the inner city, there's no limitation in terms of how high you can go. The number of stories your building can be. There's, however, a control mechanism of shadowing that they look at. I think it's like 59 degrees or something, to say whatever height you are proposing, can the buildings next to you still have access to natural light? So you have to do your sun studies to determine that when the seasons change and winter comes and the sun is a bit low, the other buildings next to you, which are much shorter, will be able to still get the natural light. However, going outside of the city, because city central, that's the urban core. Going outside, the densities usually reduce, and even the height restrictions are much higher or stricter. So there is that. It depends on where actually within the city of Johannesburg you are developing. So if you want to go skyscraper high, you'll go into the city center, but they will not support a development of 20 or 30 stories in Soweto. So that's the best answer I can give you with regard to that. Then the planning process and approvals that you require for any development, as I've spoken, I'm coming with problems. The other people were coming with solutions. We're looking for those solutions. And like I said, as much as we are from the city, we are the city department, we are not exempt from any other process that any normal developer or a private owner or individual owner has to undergo for their development to be approved and supported by the city. And part of some of the reasons why they are not supported, it's infrastructural challenges, because they speak to how many power stations have you built in the last 10 years? How many storage treatment plants have you built in the last 10 years, etc., reservoirs, dams, etc. So if we still are conscious of the infrastructure capacity issue, what are we doing then as a city to try and resolve? The city has its own challenges, we know them, I don't want to go into them, but the concept or the case study looks at being conscious of those challenges. What can we gravitate towards individually on a single development to try and alleviate or offload some of the infrastructure burdens on the city to actually move towards being off-grid or hybrid? I think we've seen a lot of change with load shedding, where people have been aggressive in terms of the amount of solar installations that they're doing. And this has also moved further to water, because the reliability of water in Johannesburg is also coming into discussion or spotlight. And I think you've seen with one of the incidents where somebody drilled a borehole into the route train. So people are slowly trying to move away from their reliance on municipal infrastructure. So that's what this is also trying to speak to say, can we have a smart, high-tech village that is self-reliant, and we don't have to necessarily go and connect to the sewer, go and connect to the water, go and connect to the electricity, because we've realized that there's challenges in that space. Can we be self-reliant? That's the aim of the case study.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you, my good colleague.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Appreciated to hear the way you are speaking, and this is coming from the city of Johannesburg. It's coming from government. Some progressive minds are happening there. Maybe this is now going to be talking into the space of bureaucracy. If maybe you would move into mayorship, and then you can You can also be able to direct things from another level. But I'll just leave it there. I think we're going to be having, is it a video from Dr. Jen? Yes. There'll be a video from Dr. Jen, and then thereafter we'll be having a digital showcase EPF.
Welcome to this presentation on I referenced geography, hydrology, and historical flood records. I was able to generate these visual simulations using artificial intelligence. This image show what happens when a town's river bursts its banks and transports routes cut off and informal settlements are submerged in water. What makes artificial intelligence valuable here is not just the accuracy, but the immediacy it creates, the visual evidence of what communities could have gone through, and therefore helps decision makers to make proper decisions. So, instead of abstract statistics, using artificial intelligence, we can see the spatial impact of flooding and how we can strategize the reconstruction. Once the risks are mapped, we turn to solutions using artificial intelligence ability to create different design ideas quickly. The first one is elevated housing. You'll see that using earth, you could actually elevate the housing on steps and raised ground, and using circular earth as houses. The second one is the use of cluster housing. That is densely organized groups of units made out of concrete, such that more people can be housed in smaller areas. The other one is modular housing. You'll see here that they are prefabricated units that are quickly deployed and relocated, expanded as families grow and risks change. So, the other one is green infrastructure integration. Of course, much as the earth looks strange to use, especially in South Africa, but you see that artificial intelligence simply suggests that where floods are prevalent, maybe we are safer going the earth route, because with earth, water flows off the house directly. The outcome is not about having a single fixed design, but rather a decision-making toolkit. Artificial intelligence helps us imagine what is possible, visualize the trade-offs, and democratize design conversations. So, from Mthatha, what does this mean? It means that there is a clearer community of awareness of flood risks. There's faster integration of different housing solutions tailored to local needs, whether it goes from single unit dwellings to higher density units. In conclusion, in reconstructing Mthatha, we found that artificial intelligence is not just a tool for designers, it is a bridge between data, imagination, and community dialogue. In Mthatha, by reconstructing the flood scenarios and exploring housing typologies, we can chart a path forward towards a city that is not just defined by its vulnerabilities, but by its resilience potential. This is the promise of using artificial intelligence in urban areas to help communities like these in Mthatha not just survive disasters, but to emerge stronger with better designs and in a way that they are future ready. Thank you so much for taking our presentation, and this has been our bit in using artificial intelligence in the reconstruction of Mthatha.
those are spectacular. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, that's very beautiful. Yes, and then our next item on the program is EPF. Is it going to be you, Miss Amber? Lovely. Yes, Miss Amber here. She is in the marketing department. She is head of marketing. If I can quickly scan here, hopefully I'll find it. I might just not. She is the, I can't find it. She is the incredible head of marketing here at EPF, and we know with marketing it means creating external relationships that are going to help to move the organization forward. I just came up with that. I hope I'm correct. I don't have your bio in front of me. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Good day, everybody, and thank you so much. We're really honored here at EPF to have you all and to be speaking about such an important and vital conversation, dialogue that needs to be had, in that with the housing problems and challenges that we face in South Africa, how is technology and technology hubs such as Impact Partner Foundation contributing towards helping solve this? So as our CEO, Joanna Govender, mentioned earlier, we believe in tackling Africa's most pressing challenges through technology, and this technology is built by our youth. As you see when you look around, we don't have a single development or technical person over the age of 30. So we invest in upskilling our youth in future technologies, your fourth industrial revolution technologies. So that would be your AI, crypto and e-commerce, blockchain, and then your data sciences. And so because of this vision, we have identified 10 key challenges that everything that we do works towards solving, one of which obviously being housing. And just to touch on some of what the earlier speakers have mentioned, I think this is the best way to explain what EPF does is we are very fortunate that we're able to work with the state, work with private business, with civil society and academia. And what that means is that we can be the technological glue, because a lot of times we see that these sectors in societies are all working in silos, they're all doing amazing work, but without connecting them, how do we then actually collectively achieve the goal, the same goal that we all have in a reasonable amount of time, as Mr. Makwila very rightly pointed out. And how do we use technology to perhaps improve these bureaucratic processes that we find ourselves in? Changing the system is something that can take time, but implementing a technological system that can solve your problem can be done almost immediately. And that's where EPF comes in. So, as we were speaking earlier, Mr. Akil and also Dr. Sechaba, they mentioned the uses of AI. Dr. Sechaba mentioned it in a very particular use case, whereas Mr. Akil mentioned it on an extremely broad scale. And this is how EPF then becomes the glue that can take those two contexts and put them together. So how do we take global information, global models, global data, and then contextualize it for the South African market? How do we make it relevant to us? And one of the ways that we've done that is we see that for too long, informal settlements have been overlooked, they lack formal addresses, and as we know, with a lot of our structures, a formal address is the gateway to opportunity. Because without a formal address, how do you get FECA'd? And if you can't get FECA'd, how do you get a bank account? How do you have a municipal bill or an account with your municipality? How do you register for emergency services? I'm sure a lot of people know that in informal settlements, usually if they have to call the police or an ambulance, it comes to the nearest main road, which could be 1 kilometer away from where you actually live and where you actually need the help. And this isn't just a physical gap that we see, but this is a social and an economic gap. You know, people are being denied services that they need, not intentionally, but simply because there isn't the infrastructure to support them getting it. And this makes communities invisible, especially when we're moving into a data-driven decision-making world. So this is how these gaps sort of reinforce that inequality and limit our economic growth. We know that in informal settlements, there's almost about 7 billion rand that's being circulated every year. Using technology to give people verified digital addresses. This seems like something that could be quite simple, but it's actually revolutionary, because once you have that digital address, all of these doors that FICA has now closed are open.
Wow.
We haven't changed the structure of your house, we haven't changed the structure of your community, but we've given you access that previously you didn't have. And that is all done through technology. And I think this initiative is more than just about addresses. Because as we spoke about earlier, what is the actual power of data? We know that across sectors we lack unified data. As Dr. Sichapa was talking about at the hospital project that they're working on, there's just no records. But what does that mean? That means there's an opportunity for us to now implement these processes, implement these systems that can start doing this. So yes, historically it's not there, but we live in right now and we can act right now, and there is technology built by South African youth that can solve this right now. And part of solving that means that we can start enabling effective town planning. We're looking at disaster relief. We don't have the data, but through these kinds of collaborations where we can go out and not only enable people through the digital addressing, this is data collection. We now know in that one informal settlement, there's actually 7 people living there. We actually know that these people are in a valley. If they were to be flooded, where would they go? If there was a fire, what would they do? And this is all things that we don't have any oversight on because we don't have any data on. But when we come together, state, academia, private sector, and NGOs, we're then able to pool all of this data together and have so much more oversight on what's actually happening. So here we have many esteemed architects who are deep diving into this, but how do the rest of everybody who is making these decisions or have initiatives that are working towards the same goal access all of that knowledge that they have? And how do they access the knowledge we have that also feeds into what they're doing? And that's where unified data collection comes in, and creating one database that we can all feed into and get resources out of. And these kinds of impactful interventions aren't only just so that, obviously, it's important to reach our SDG goals, you know, of sustainable cities and communities. It's important for us to address Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan. These are the aspirations of the AU 2063 agenda. These are all things that we believe in, but what are we doing to work towards it collectively? So yes, EPF might be moving the needle up in reaching SDG 11, but we could be moving that needle 100 times faster just coming together. And technology is that platform that's going to bring this data together. So here we're not just building solutions that are going to solve issues one by one, but looking at how do we as civil society bring all of that data together and then collectively look at how we're solving that issue. So thank you so much. Sorry, I'm not sure if anybody had any questions.
Any questions? I appreciate what you just said about everybody being able to get an address, because honestly having an address is real access.
You know, you can, an address is everything. It's everything. I don't need to say that to anybody. An address is everything, particularly when you need to apply for something, only to realize that they say, no, you need that name or that name on your address. My good colleagues, I would like us to, we're going to jump over the Youth Innovation Showcase, and then we're going to go back to it. But I'd like to have Mr. Mike Makwela to come through. He is going to be speaking on community-centered AI for informal settlements and upgrading. Mr. Mike Makwela is a senior program coordinator at Plan Act. Yes, since 1999, leading programs that strengthen urban development, community resilience. He has championed, Mr. Mike has championed initiatives for informal settlements residents, including digital addressing projects with Google and training on small-scale contractors. He's an accredited trainer in human settlements upgrading. He's pursuing his master's in housing. Mr. Mike.
Well, this is it. We'll start with the other one. This is a personal story. You cannot have a situation where during the... Second?
Yes.
It's a personal story.
Yes.
We go to informal settlement every day. We see the informal settlement every day.
Every day.
Until you get into those informal settlements.
Yeah.
I've been going to informal settlement for the past 20 years until I got lost on that day.
Oh.
And I said to community leaders, I wish we had street names.
Yeah.
I wish we had an address. So we're going to see 2 videos,
yes.
7 minutes and 2 minutes
okay.
of the project itself, and then I'll definitely take 4 minutes and do a bit of presentation.
Thank you, Dad.
You cannot have a situation where during the elections the voting material finds its way in informal settlements, and then later on say those informal settlements are illegal. It's contradictory.
Phile ndawona ngana address kona kunzima kakhulu ngoba nje na uyobhalisa lapha mhlambe uyobhalisa into oyobhalisa mhlambe khona into oyithathako uyesibhedlela uyabafuna address ngithi mama babuza ukuthi estradi yini awunaso awusazi
ngiyayibhalela mina igama le-address mhlambe ngithi Angel Street then ngiyachubeka ngiyabhala cause ngiyafana ngizochilisa esikolweni namaphepha wami angabhala igama lestradi lakhona igama lestradi elingene.
Eskom Plus is an informal settlement kuyindawo ekuhlala abantu around 8 to 9,000 as a population, and then a household about 4 to 5,000 household. Concept district naming, yes, and a Plan Act, yafika as a leadership, and then as a leadership sayithatha ke sayisa emphakathini.
The next step was to create a map of the area. So we had to do transit walk, to walk about the settlement, draw, once the map has been developed and designed by the community, it was taken to a professional person to properly do it correctly. And once we've completed the map of the area, we realized that now the mammoth task was to put GPS coordinates in each household, or what we call shacks. We then thought about Google International. We dropped them an email, and they were enthusiastic. They responded positively that they would like to partner with us to do this project. After backwards and forward, a formal contract was agreed upon, was signed off, and then the bigger step was now to identify community volunteers in school plus informal settlements and to train them on the technology.
When Google came on on board with their plus code addressing technology. They were adding value to what we had already started in Scotland as the street naming project. That's when I realized how big this project actually is. So they had a solution. They are plus code addressing technology. So according to Google, plus codes are like addresses, but for people and places without one.
These are young people out of school, unemployed, so they had to learn this new technology.
As a young person, this meant that we are also learning new skills, especially that we are living in an era whereby the fourth industrial revolution has taken the world by storm. This meant that one will be able to learn new skills and also keep with the current trends that are faced by the world, and also share those particular skills, which are soft skills and technological skills.
We as Planet were trained by the Google Plus Codes addressing team all the way in India. The training happened on Google Meet virtually, which I was privileged to be a part of. So to do anything to it, you need to take on it.
The interesting thing is that 2 days we will go on class and train and learn on the app, and then the other 2 days we'll go on the field to practice what has been learned in the class.
When we went on the ground and started implementing what we had learned, we got to understand and have an appreciation of the theory that we learned.
It was very exciting to learn this new skill. They learned and they went on site to practice what they learned. They argue among themselves. No, the street is not straight. No, it's not. It's curving, and all those things. No, here's the gate starts here. No, it doesn't start here. It starts there. So all those discussions amongst themselves were very enriching.
The practice for the addressing exercise is quite technical because you have to account for each meter on the road. You have to make sure that you're at the center of the road and that the road width is in the center and that the addresses are not appearing on top of the houses, and making sure that the segment of the road up until the end has accurate information.
The project has been successfully implemented. We're able to install in each structure an address board, and this address board actually gives you the exact location of the structure.
One of my highlights, or the moment I'd say I was proud of the project, it was when we started the process of fixing the boards. That's when, for me, the actual project became alive. In reality, one was able to see, those digital addresses being plugged in their homesteads.
We then called a public meeting. And the reason why we called a public meeting was to go through how you use the coordinates of the plates.
Having the community meeting with the residents, explaining to them on how does the digital address work. When they have an emergency, they are able to call an ambulance or call the police and give them those digital addresses. Those are some of my proudest moments of the project.
This project, we are experiencing the beauty of technology coming to solve problems that have been there for years.
Any place that has no addresses, street name and lights, it's very dangerous for us, the South African police services, because most of the wanted criminals are running to the informal settlement, and there tends to be a harboring place for them. So now with this new initiative or project by Planet, we really appreciate it, because now it makes us as police officers to be more accessible.
Sesiwazi ukuthi noma biz ambulance ngithi esitratini esithize endaweni kanje yabo kube nendawo kube ne direction.
Lokho kusinika ithemba elikhulu lokuthi nathi
sine-identity sizozazi ukuthi sihlala kuphi singobani.
This intervention is one amongst the main interventions towards recognizing informal settlements and to providing tenure and giving dignity and respect and citizenship to the residents living in informal settlements.
Wow.
Connect, in partnership with Google Maps, implemented 2 pilot projects on digital addresses in Tembelihle and Skon Plus informal settlements. We went back a few months later to assess the impact of the project, and we interviewed few residents about their experiences. And this is what they said.
Hi, my name is Ayanda Hogasokela. Ngihlala eThembelishe. In section.
The most expensive community. So expensive disability.
Madam Nomundi Mabuza, I've been a resident of Tembelihle for over 15 years now. I'm the team leaders, team volunteers, about my digital address, the process of my digital address.
I'm a community leader. Team ya service delivery ya Mokowoti 8
number le sesisebenzisela for i-residential address le e-rate, and then i-blue number yiyo engikhona ngayokubiza abo-Uber, ama-ambulance, like inokudirector umuntu ongazi eThembelihle maybe usuke eSoweto or Johannesburg, ngiyamtshela ukuthi hayi faka i-MV inumber yami e-blue ngimsendele yona, and then makayifaka kuyavela i-Google map yakhe.
It's not only service delivery. If I'm new in this place today, and then ke tlo batlela ngwana ka crash ka usane ke a tsoa ke a mosebetsing, ke a kena fela, I check on my phone, ke kgona bona di-ECD tse around, ke kgona bona dikolo tse around.
Disability a o tla ka taba tsa go motho wa kula ne re na le bothata ba gore ne ke di-ambulance di kene wa bo di-ambulance ne di kene ne di sa kene consultant no tlamelo di pick up ko clinic
approacha Joburg we keep Joburg clean. We went, they've never been to Tembelihle. So when we send the email, the pictures are one time, we sent email the photo for location or Google Map, estimate location according to the meters, and we zoom in, okay, now and then immediately we input or more it's MV8 what that depending on pick up, and then you put your accuracy into accuracy or basket snap
just number easy enough for attend on which hospital.
When I listen to you, they were simple. But sometimes you don't know laptop or something. You know, you straight to what for safety side, you know, tools. Open one no generous the MV because of the best one when I granting. There's no need to make I protection. Or when I Google, I can
to see these nations is to try and help Mapolisa, but also other users of this venue. So if you don't know Tembelihle, you'll be able to say, oh, all right, oh, there's a soccer field here, oh, so we looked at the beans, you know, the parks, the open spaces, car wash, you know, all those places, the malls, the GPP office, and all those things. Okay, so it's a very user-friendly method. You know,
us sending this information.
Temelihle has reached a new milestone. Milestone corner seemingly appears to open a lot of doors for Temelihle, starting with the services in general, basic, retail services, Uber, emergency services, ambulance, police, making things very easy. So my highlights about Temelihle is reached a new milestone.
Do a quick presentation just to consolidate.
Okay.
So we come from, we plan and we act.
Right, yes, plan,
act.
Yes.
I'm with my colleagues. We are celebrating 40 years.
No, spectacular. Spectacular.
We are celebrating 40 years this year.
Spectacular.
So you do have this kind of non-profit organizations spread out across the country,
yes,
which were established by universities in the 80s, 84, 85, 86. So you have Planet in Joburg, you have Development Action Group in Cape Town linked to the university, FSCs in East London linked to the university,
yes,
Build Environment Support Group in Pietermaritzburg linked to the universities. At the time, universities wanted to contribute. So we are, this is where we are. We're based not very far, 28 Judah Street, Joburg. Next slide, ma'am.
Next slide.
All right, as I said, our work is about amplifying community voices, finding solutions to the challenges that our country is facing. Okay, we also want to make sure we contribute as a civil society. Next slide. I just want to focus here. Even with a functional address, accurate location can still be a challenge. How often have you called an Uber and it stops there, not here?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Around there. So I don't want to say anything about the RTP houses. Okay, and many others.
Yes.
We don't have a proper address system in our country. We need to check up our GIS. All right, let's go. So what you saw is this.
Yes.
A plus code address. Even where you stay, there is a plus code address. If you say 35 Ferguson Road, Ferguson, yes, there is a plus code.
Yes,
so because they are informal settlements, they are not formal areas, this then becomes an address. So if you punch on it, it gives you exactly where. In the exact check, you saw the technology that goes into it. Not even 2 meters away, it takes you exactly there. Okay. Because Temelihle is not recognized, but Temelihle is next to Lenasia. You will see when you punch that number and you put Lenasia in, it will take you exactly to the check.
Wow.
So yeah, this is what we are talking about. An NGO based in the corner of Africa decided to approach Google. Okay.
I know, I'm listening to you say you sent them an email.
No, we sent them an email. They're like, wow, we've never had this kind of a request.
Why did it come?
Let's wait, let's find solutions. So this is where we are. If you press that plus code, it will take you exactly here, here. Okay, okay, so this 35 Ferguson Road, this is the plus code. Okay, it will take you here. So wherever you are, there's a plus code behind that address. So it's a solution to informal settlements because of the nature of their informality. Okay, when I get CCC, we can get the plus code. Okay, anyway, as long as it's... So the big challenge, of course, is legislation, policy.
Bureaucrats.
The colleagues are here. The city of Joburg says, yeah, you can have street names in informal settlements. But what about an address? Okay. Because I argue tonight, today, now, somebody needs an ambulance for informal settlement. Today, not tomorrow. Whether the informal settlement is going to be relocated or upgraded, I think that's not my argument. Today, right now, we need the police. Okay. So very close, okay? But we are in one province. This is what the city says. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The city of really says, you can't even have straight names, list address in informal settlement. Okay, I will. Today, now, I need a police now. You can't find me? Okay, the ambulance can't find me. The list is low. I live in an informal settlement. It means I can't insure. With the fires that we saw earlier on, it means I can't insure my check and its content. And its content. I'm a citizen of this country.
Yeah.
You know? So the city of Tshwane has just worked out their new bylaw, but it doesn't specifically say you can have an address in informal settlement also. So part of this intervention is to begin to advocate for a more humane policy and bylaws of the city. Because whether you like it or not, informal settlement are here. And so we can't be using old, outdated, bylaws and planning instruments in the current form. We are requested, we're obligated to respond. All right. So this is the map that we produce. We go to the city planning of Joburg, they say all that we have is the boundary. We literally have to walk, because from the Google map, you think, oh, it's a street. When you go inside, it's a passage.
Yes, I did wonder.
Yeah, and then there's a shack under the tree. Yes. You can't pick it. Wow. So until you go on site and literally recreate the map of the area, and the data that we spoke about, that's how it comes out. So it's accurate data. Yes. Okay, and we have partnered with EPF to gather more data on this project. So it gives us, but also we try and make the map to be user-friendly. Right. The open parks, the mosque, so that it's user-friendly. Because when we went to the police station in Lens, this policeman said, now I've just arrived. I'm from Velcom. I don't even know this termination. So help me understand it. And he actually helped us to do this. So we produce this kind of maps, and we submit it to the planning department of the city of Joburg before we can even start with the digital address, because it needs to be approved. Okay? But it also helps the city. Yes. Next. Yeah, I can be located. Yes. I can be located. Yes. Nobody knows who I am. Found. I can be found. but municipalities install communal taps. When it breaks, they don't even know who to put it. Why is that communal tap of ours?
Yes, we put a shack over it.
Exactly, we put a shack over it. And I saw this at Pick and Pay. I took this picture. I'm like, please note with RICA will be required to document proof of residence, flight and what. I'm like, I live in an informal settlement. Hardly have an address. Okay, so millions and millions of South Africans are excluded in the urban life. So that's the, but what are some of the benefits? An address gives from the right to the city. We also pay tax. We also we're part of the city. Right. I don't know, municipalities are still struggling. When I present this, they can't see the bigger picture.
Yes.
And then you complain about revenue.
No, true, yes, Dad.
And every day you take water, waste, and what, and yet people who live in former settlement don't pay. They have to start paying. I think that's my point. The people who live in former settlement must start paying. Aibo, akereba patala DSTV. Yes. Go to any informal settlement, the dish is the first to see. They have Skolo Tosako Woolworths, PEP, the list is long. So it's not true that they don't want to pay. When we interviewed them, they said, we are willing to pay. Yes. But how do you build it? Okay. Yeah. All right. You've put that communal tab. If you want to report, we struggle. Because I can't say that tab next to a green shack. I can't. Absolutely. So this improves fault reporting. Yes. Improves access to basic services. Okay, opens opportunity for policy review. I've seen the policy. Economic opportunity. This young man was doing Chisanyam. After Kenyans are bored, the following day, not when, the following day employed 3 other young people. because now you can order, you can deliver.
Yes.
So we can really unlock into poverty and unemployment, etc. So an address plays a very important. Manage the growth of. I'm not lying. We're not lying here. What we have seen, once we have put an address, it contains the growth of the settlement, contrary to the belief. Because we ask you, where were you when we were putting exiting this check, this land? Okay, so it contains the growth, and we know what the benefits: better planning, better investment, better confront with the SDGs. Let's go to the last. Yeah, we launched the project, cut the ribbon, very excited, and all those things. And then, you know, we were here. Which bedroom is this? What room is this? This here.
Yes.
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Where we brought all the banking associations, net bank, what, we took them on site. And I said to them, when someone walks through that door in a bank, they're not written, I'm from an informal settlement.
No.
You open a bank account, okay? You push the numbers. But do you know that people borrow an address?
Yes.
So like, eh? Do you know that people borrow an address and they can't set aside that letter? You can't. That's not a. It's not an address. It's not traceable. You can't trace me with that thing. Then they started opening up. Yeah, we're losing money. We're losing cars. We're losing this. We're losing this. Yeah. All right.
Unbelievable.
So yeah, we have changed the lives of over 7,000 people on 3 sites, and we want to scale up. We can now trace you. The city can plan better with the credible data.
Right.
You know, when the officials in the plan department looked at this map, one clinic servicing 10,000 people got a medication. It doesn't make sense. You know, so it gives you those statistics. Anyway, let's finish off. Yeah, we have been doing it. We've been doing it. Last point, opportunity for job creation. Okay, I've just given an example with this young man, and I said to the boys who are doing car wash, how now you can start promoting your car wash.
Right.
You know, on Google now.
Yes.
You know, skills development, young people need to learn new technology. Of course, we'd like to collaborate with other people, institutions, etc. Of course, we are targeting former settlements that are going through upgrading. Those are the right ones. We want to mobilize resources to scale up. We're just talking about informal settlements.
Yeah.
We have not even touched in the rural areas. That's how big the project, the impact of not having an address in this country. In fact,
give it to us. We're here for this.
In fact, I'm quite scared that
Yes,
someone will take IEC to court. Because you can't vote without a traceable address. Now, for people who live in informal settlements who don't have a traceable address, how do they vote? I don't know.
Just leave it there.
So, this is the reality.
Hey.
We borrow an address. I borrow an address.
Yes.
I'm gone. After borrowing 50,000 from a bank, personal loan, I pay thrice. I'm gone.
Yes.
They will go and they will blacklist me. You think I care? They will do whatever. But 50,000 is gone.
Yes.
Okay, but we can't be promoting those kind of things. All right. So this is the reality of the issue. I think we must go back to school.
Yeah.
Our education system needs to be revamped. The first people that challenge me on these things are the planners themselves. Makwela told me that the bylaws and what and planning what says this, and you can't have a street name in former settlement. Well, we've done it. We've proved it. And the old man was right. Until we do it, that's when we can start pushing for policy must change. We advocate for better things, etc., etc. Okay, but you can see the product, education system is not responding to the reality. We are still talking about the planning instruments of yesterday, and the reality is that we've got informality today. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions or comments?
There are questions. At the back.
Yes.
Let's start there. Sure.
Thank you. My hand was up last. Thank you so much, Mike. My questions are twofold. One is on ownership, and the other is on usage. On ownership, the data you collect, is it proprietary or open data?
Say that question again.
Is it proprietary data?
Oh, okay.
License, or is it open data?
Okay. So, for now, the reason why we're wanting to partner with EPF, or we're partnered with EPF, is to make sure that the credible data that we get.
Yes. So we can see. Yes.
The credible data that we generate, and which is a very rich data for that matter, is used for multiple purposes. Government needs this data. Other service providers need this data. Vodacom, what. Everybody needs this data. Health needs this data. And so we're at a point where
data is money.